caused by bacteria in deeper skin tissues. These are some of the abbreviations and acronyms that we are going to see. Nimwesiga, I request you move with me. Yeah, some of these acronyms, we meet them in the presentation. We can go next. Generally, lymphedema is referred to as elephantiasis, and this is due to localized fluid retention, and this leads to malfunctioning of systems. And this is an irreversible situation. If a participant or a client or a person gets into that state, getting back to normalcy is always challenging. And many patients, of course, suffer these chronic and severe ailments. And the challenge majorly is undervaluation in scholarly work. A few researchers have got interest in some of these neglected tropical diseases, and key in them is elephantiasis. And this abnormal accumulation of these fluids are rich in certain proteins. Of course, they will bring out some outcomes like fibrosis and fat deposition, and hence that skin heaviness. We can go next. So when we are talking of lymphedema, these are some of the outcomes we are talking about. On my left here, that is an extended hydrocele, and that is generally common in patients with lymphatic filariasis or where the worm is implicated. And on the extreme right, the other side, we can see, of course, now psoriasis has come in. You can see fluids are oozing, and the skin is already broken. And of course, these are all outcomes of the heaviness and fluid retention. What is the problem in Kamwenge? Globally and in Africa, this remains an irreversible neglected tropical disease. And of course, it affects masses, and the complications are far beyond what we think. We mentioned cellulitis, skin changes, damages, and of course, later we have secondary infections, and occasionally we may see people going into cancer stages or malignancy. And Kamwenge district remains one of those areas with high endemicity, and that was done by Chihembe et al. In 2017. And this persistent pain, immobility, and other attacks still seen in Kamwenge, according to some of the pilot studies done by Mwesi et al. In 2024, with a 1% seroantigen prevalence and 34% podoconiosis. Of course, among the causative agents, we still see and research points on filarial worms, podoconiosis, and other bacterial or fungal infections, and to some extent also genetic factors. So therefore, this study is looking at determining the potential causative agents, assess the knowledge, and also self-reported healthcare needs with preventive strategies to guide appropriate holistic care to avert this challenge. Our study objectives, the general objective was to determine the causative agents, patient and caretaker knowledge, self-reported healthcare needs, and preventive strategies amongst lymphedema patients in Kamwenge district, southwestern Uganda. So specific objectives were 3. The first one was describe the preventive and management strategies, the effectiveness in patients with lymphedema using scoping review. The second specific objective was to determine the potential causative agents, and the third one was to explore lymphedema-related knowledge and experiences, both patients and caretakers. This conceptual framework, we can go next. Next slide, yeah, here. So we are looking at lymphedema, and it is brought about by quite a number of factors, from environmental occupational, socio-economic, medical history, and other factors. This study, when you go next, Nimwesiga, next. Yes, it will help in informing the diagnostic path, management and care, but also it will inform public health implications to look at research and development in a way to look at potential preventive strategies. Go next. Sub-study 1 was a scoping review, and we did search in databases like Embassy, PubMed, and then we followed Prisma for scoping review and Joan Briggs Institute guidelines to get all the articles we needed. And this protocol was registered in OSF with that DOI. We can go next. Yes, the Prisma flow diagram chart shows we got 30,092 articles, and after excluding some that were duplicates, and when we looked at the TIAB or the title and abstract protocols, we ended with 45 articles that we assessed and included in our study. We can go next. And those 45, we had 40 single in-country studies and 5 country systematic reviews. We can go next. And the results of the scoping review indicated that microsurgical techniques are more effective than conservative treatments, but also hygiene-based self-care are widely used and scalable in low, middle-income countries. And they can also be supported by adjunct therapies like kinesiotaping and cryotherapy. Limitations of the study, we can go next. The language bias, because we excluded non-English studies, so may have brought some bias. Go next. Discussion. Our findings indicated also pointed on lymphatic filariasis and podoconiosis to be the cause. Knowledge and perceptions were also pointed out to be a major issue, and misinformation among the participants from the articles we searched, and feasibility in low middle income countries was also pointed out that microsurgery, yes, works, but hygiene and self-care is scalable in low middle income countries, and those were agreed by Weir, Tekola, and others, and then disagreed by Somas and Suma et al. We conclude that hygiene-based self-care is more scalable in low middle-income countries, much as microsurgical interventions offer most effective clinical outcomes. We recommend to promote hygiene-based self-care and scale adjunct therapies where possible, and also strengthen educational programs. And this objective 1 or sub-study 1 is published already, and it can be accessed in PubMed and Curious. Sub-study 2, this is an anomaly on sub-study. Sub-study 2, to determine the potential causative agents. This was a cross-sectional study conducted at Rukunyu Hospital, and we enrolled 154 participants. And these 154 participants, we took off their blood samples for both thin and thick smears. We also ran filario IgG, IgM antibodies, and we also went ahead to run blood aluminium biomarkers to ascertain and see whether there are exposures to blood aluminium beyond the levels of detection, if that can be implicated to non-worm elephantiasis, but also filario IgG, IgM. You can go next, Nimwesiga. So about 71.4% of the participants were female participants, and also 51.3% of the participants have not had any education status. When we continue to the second table, you can go next, yes. We were able to identify 10.4% of IgG positivity, and that indicates or implicates previous exposure for filarial infectivity. And also among our participants, all the aluminium blood levels were elevated beyond the normal, the cutoff of 10 ppb parts per billion. And among the participants also, the key point also detected malaria parasites, much as they are being disturbed by lymphedema. We'll go next. In the labs, we ran filarial IgG, IgM, and we also did smears because the gold standard remains microscopy, and our thick and thin smears were not showing microfilariae. Maybe we pointed that to nocturnal periodicity, that these worms prefer feeding at night and multiply at night. But we also did quality assurance, quality control to avert our results. We used known positives that came with the kits, and known negatives. We were guided by the DC to do a pilot on the non-symptomatic participants before we could enroll them to participants with lymphedema. And all the pilot of 25 participants, they tested negative. Then we went ahead to enroll the kits, the filarial IgG, IgM kits to our participants. Blood aluminium, I conducted this at the Directorate of Government Analytical Labs in Kampala, and I used inductive recoupled plasma, mass spectrophotometry using the Q-Tegra, and the test runs were done in duplicates with standard and kinetic energy discrimination, and all the results were reported. Chair, I request you allow me for 5 minutes, I finish. Okay.
Just one final one.
Okay, thank you. So, from objective 2, we conclude that IgG and IgM positivity indicate past exposure on ongoing transmission, but also IgG, IgM reflect exposure. Note, are you with me? I am. Yes, antibody seroprevalence test shows promise as a tool to be used in surveillance, and monitoring before and after mass drug administration is ideally recommended. We need to strengthen surveillance, enhance diagnostics, and integrate lymphedema care in our programs, and also expand community education. This study also, next, sub-study 2 is equally published, and the paper is out. And the very last objective, which is objective 3, this was looking on exploring knowledge, lymphedema knowledge among participants and their caretakers. And we used the key informant interviews and focus group discussions. We can go next to the results. Where you were? No, next. There. Key 7 themes came out of our third objective, and among them, the participants report lived realities of lymphedema with challenges and physical suffering. That is very, very pertinent, but also associated with stigma, rejection, and social death of the participants with elephantiasis in their communities. We can go next. Here. So we are saying that all these themes or feedback from our participants are in agreement with some studies conducted by Japyong, Pearson, and others. And the possible explanations look at heavy resilience and manual labor in rural Uganda. They lack lymphedema management strategies. Go next. Yeah, here. So we can conclude that people with elephantiasis face daily physical hardships. They can no longer be productive. There are misconceptions and vulnerabilities among the populations that live with lymphedema. And we say policy and service gaps continue to hinder the effective management, but also we recommend to increase awareness, to collect the myth around the disease, and support women who are endangered with this, but also expand services and improve. I want to thank you for listening to me. This paper is equally published in Springer Nature, Discover Public Health, and go next. Those are my references. Go next. And I want to acknowledge my supervisors, the doctoral team, the university at large for offering me tuition waiver, Erasmus and Radboud for the support they gave me for my exchange program in Europe, mentors and symposium organizers. I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vincent. This is a lot of work and quite commendable. But maybe before we give you some feedback, I'd like to acknowledge the arrival of two other senior panelists. Professor Jerome Kavachenga, I think I saw him walking, yes, you're welcome. And Professor Julius Leju, yes. So you're most welcome. Members, let me just remind you that in this symposium, the most important thing is feedback. So you can present all day, but then now you have cut off your time for feedback because we are supposed to have 10 minutes to give you feedback. Now we have only 5, actually 4. So for the next speakers, next presenters, if it is 15 minutes, make sure you have 15 slides and spend 1 minute on each slide. If you can even present in 10 minutes, it's even better, so that we can give you some feedback. So without further ado, you can stay in the hot seat, and then we shall try to give you some feedback. I just have 3 comments. One is in your presentation, and I hope in other members' presentation, you can include a slide that ties up all your work, because I see you've published your work, but each objective doesn't seem to speak to the other. They are like totally different subjects. I was struggling to figure out what is bringing the things together. That's 1. 2, your objectives are not really smart. Yeah, they are not really specific. You are trying, especially like number 1. But I think the reason it didn't look specific was, you are looking at a review, a global review, but how are you bringing it? You actually made a statement that you are looking at Kamwenge, but yeah, it didn't look quite specific to me. And then finally, you used some non-standard abbreviations, which you are the subject matter expert. For us, we are members of the public. So things like MDP, what. Perhaps when in the write-up, you can have a page with abbreviations, but when presenting, you avoid non-standard abbreviations. Any other comments from the panel?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Presenter Mr. Vincent. I just want to emphasize more on what the Chair said. Time is very, very, very important. You are in the final stages. You really need to manage time. On the final day of defense, they give you at most 45 minutes, and you must present everything. Now, my advice would be, try to pick out what is the most important thing. Look at the objective and make sure that in whatever you're presenting, you have addressed all the objectives. You cannot present the entire thesis in the shortest time possible. But it's very, very, very important to only pick out what is really important, the results and so on and so forth. So that is very, very important. Now, to help you, I saw you were presenting their tables, and it's a very long table, and you try to explain the results, I would advise that to pick out what results are very, very critical, very important, that this is, you can't miss it out. You have to mention it. You get it? Yes. And I would wish that you could use graphs. You know, when I look at a graph, I can easily see the trend and so on, rather than showing in table format. Now, if you only pick out the critical results, you think that this one I can't miss it. The others, if I'm interested and I'm in the audience and I'm your examiner, I will tell you, go back to that slide. You see, I'll be using my own time, not your time. But when you try to explain everything, it becomes a little bit hard for you to manage your time. I always ask this question, even last time I asked you, of all regions, why Kamwenge? And in your slides, you have really not emphasized why Kamwenge. When you look at the reports, is it the most affected? You need to bring it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vincent, for the presentation. Welcome. And also agree with my fellow panelists about the time. You have to prepare your presentation according to the time given so that you don't get into problems like now. And here, you had presented some of your work earlier. You could have skipped what you presented before so that you concentrate on what is new since the last presentation. Now, the issue of the objectives, I think this is becoming common because of bringing in systematic reviews. Ideally, the systematic review would have been done before. But now it is coming up. It is the one which distorts. Because I was also going to ask myself, how do you go into preventive and management before you find out the cause? Yes. Now, on your presentation of tables, you copy and paste. If you are going to make a presentation of tables, you have to draw the table so that the font merges with the table. No, you don't copy from like the publication and I could even see you are trying even you yourself to read from there. So you can imagine. So for us, the tables didn't mean anything because we couldn't see what was there. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Vincent, for that presentation. I want to agree with my panelists, especially those objectives are really not smart, even the title. But my main question to you, in your problem statement, you mainly said that they are diagnostic challenges. What is your take home, or what did this study actually improve or recommend on the diagnostic challenges of this condition? Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is post-mortem now, so I'll be brief. I have lots of questions for you, but I will not ask most of them. There are a number of issues around methodology, around the way you conducted this analysis, around inclusion of variables and all these sort of things. But I think one clear gap that you need to go and reflect on is the contextualization of your problems. You presented lots of information, but I didn't see the problem clearly coming out of Kamwenge. And I think that's very key for your defense. You need to really go back there. I think you know the elements of a good problem statement. You must refine that. Yes, these papers are published, but you need to get back and see where the gaps are and try to acknowledge that maybe during your defense. One key area is you did a qualitative study, but even I didn't see a model or a theory or a framework that could potentially guide the analysis and the data collection and the presentation of everything. And that's a very, very important point you need to focus on. Yes, cross-sectional study, which one? I usually ask people this. At PhD level, it's not enough to say cross-sectional study. Which one? You need to be clear on that. I think in the interest of time, I'll end there. Thank you.
Professor Lee, you had something? Yes? Okay. Yeah, I don't think you have 1 minute to respond to all of us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, panelists, and everyone for giving me comments that will help me to harness my work. I'll start direct with Professor Kagolo's inquiry on how are we trying to improve the diagnostics. Since time memorial, elephantiasis is being screened by smears. You can say wet preparation, a thick smear, if they are. But we face challenges that these tests sometimes need to be done at night for nocturnal periodicity to come out very well. If one with lymphedema walks into a lab now, they may tell them that please go back and come back at midnight, because the nocturnal periodicity gives us chance that these worms multiply between 10 and 2 a.m. in the night. So by bringing in the Firario IgG, IgM antibodies, I'm trying to bridge that gap, that if this patient goes into a lab during daytime, they are not compromised to be sent back to come at night. So we are saying that if this can be scalable within our communities, that can bridge that gap, Professor. For objective 1, which is a scoping review, this is general knowledge synthesis. We are trying to build out, look at what other nations or countries or communities have used it. Then if they are promising, like for example, the review tells us that microsurgical interventions, yes, they are very effective, but they are not scalable within low middle income countries. So the review recommends self-care, hygiene practices with adjunct treatments that doesn't need a lot to be done. That's why we started with the scoping review, I and my supervisors, that we see outside there what are those things that were done to improve the health of these people, and then go to specific objective 2. There are very many causative agents, but my emphasis was to look at potential causative agents in participants with lymphedema. They already have lymphedema. If you take off their blood sample now, what are those potential causative agents? And among them, that specific objective 2 gave us a 10.4% for Firario IgG, IgM, meaning among the 154, there are participants in their lifetime who were exposed to Firario worm infection. And then...
yeah, I think
thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much to everyone.
Yeah, please continue and approach us for more guidance, and hope your PhD defense goes very well. All the best.
Thank you so much, and thank you, everyone. I will use the comments to improve my work.
Thank you. Yeah, you can clap for Mr. Mwesje Vincent. Yeah, our next presenter is by the names of Monica Kamwine. She's going to be discussing microbial and metagenomic analysis of bacterial communities in milk products produced in Imbarara City, Uganda. We have Mavirizi Vincent. Is he here yet? Not yet. Ivan Kawa, is he here yet? Okay, so you will be next. Maybe one other comment I didn't make for you, Mr. Mwesje Vincent. Yeah, you know, we are now in the age of artificial intelligence. And publication, in the past it used to be very novel to publish, but now it is very easy. So in your defense, you not only show us publications, but you must show us how these things are tied together. I know Karolinska used to require you to, you publish a book with your published papers. I don't know if it is something required here. Really to show that your PhD is one thesis, one product. And as Professor Kagoro mentioned, I was expecting you to have an impact on diagnostic guidelines and, helping us with specific pathways on etiology. So PhD has to go beyond. I'm sorry we are going back, but this is also to you who is coming in to present. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Monica, microbial and metagenomic analysis of bacterial communities in milk products produced in Imbarara City, Uganda. Welcome. Why don't you project her work? But this is really good to see that I always wonder these things I buy in the town, the yogurts and what. I'm happy to see that someone is examining them. Why don't you project? It's opening.
As it is
but you
starting.
can introduce yourself in the meantime.
My name is Kamwine Monique. I've worked in milk companies for the last 16 years. I also do part-time job at Mbara University of Science and Technology as part-time lecturer. I also do system audits, ISO systems, food safety, quality, environment, occupational health and safety, lab testing. So why did I get interested in milk? Because, okay, he has projected. I've already introduced myself. My supervisors are Associate Professor Joel Bazira and Professor Yap Boom. Next. So dairy production is rapidly increasing in developing countries, including Uganda, including Mbara. Majority of you have cows, I know, and you enjoy milk products. And because milk product is high in nutrients, also microorganisms like this rich product. And what is happening currently, the current isolation methods, the culture methods can only detect a small subunit of the actual microbial diversity. So coming up with this work in sequencing total microbial DNA will help us, inform us, and also help us to characterize the microbial life in a given sample. Next. So majority of us take processed milk products, but some of us may not know that some may be contaminated with pathogens, so we end up taking pathogenic microorganisms. And because the current microbial techniques can only detect less than 10%, we may be taking unknowingly. So also these undetected microorganisms, they may not be disease-causing organisms per se, but because some of these products have got extended shelf life, they affect trade because organoleptically they change the quality of the product. There is limited research in also knowing the good organisms in these milk products, and that's why we are coming up with this research. So this research will help in quality and food safety, will help to create awareness among the consumers like us, like you, the processors and process makers on the existing situation, and also protect the consumer. So the general objective is to characterize bacterial communities in milk products produced in Mbara City, and specifically, we are looking at determining the overall bacterial contamination, then characterize the predominant microbial in each product, then look at the virulence factors and antimicrobial susceptibility patterns. Next. So we had a total of 505 samples. Out of these, 350 samples were analyzed using conventional culture methods. Then 150 samples we did direct DNA extraction from these samples, and out of these, 39 samples have been sequenced. Next. So we used the current criteria. The US stands for Uganda standards, and these standards are developed based on East African standards for different products. Next. Under metagenomics, we did direct DNA extraction using food DNA isolation kit from Neogene. Then we checked the the quality and purity using non-drop. Then we did PCR, we checked for the presence of bands using gel electrophoresis. We did PCR cleaning, we sequenced and analyzed the data. Next. So objective 1. So overall, Bacillus species are the dominating organisms in these milk products, but we are also able to get the pathogen indicators, disease-causing organisms in these milk products. Next. So specifically in UHT stands for ultra-heat treated milk, and this milk has undergone treatment at 137 degrees, and that's why you are seeing Bacillus species, and where majority of the samples we analyzed, we could not see any colony forming units, no growth. So using conventional means, we can say UHT milk, that ultra-heat treated milk, is safe for consumption. Next. But when we go ahead to analyze using metagenomics, we are able to get a number of spore-forming organisms that, yes, they can withstand the 137 heat treatment that is used for making UHT milk, and notably we can see species of spore thermodurans. And these ones are not disease-causing organisms, but they can affect trade, they can affect shelf life, because this milk lasts for 6 months. We have milk also lasting for 9 months under this category. Next. In milk powder, again, we got a number of mixed Bacillus species, few hygiene indicators, E. coli. Continue. But when we use the metagenomics, we see a mixed population of Bacillus. These are spore-forming organisms, but notably we could see Bacillus cereus, which is known to be a pathogenic organism. Also, the Sakazaki, Chronobacter sakazaki, it is an opportunistic pathogen. So if you're going to add this milk powder for making babies' foods, then these two organisms have to be checked in numbers. In yogurt undergoes both automated and also manual. So majority of the samples we could not see indicator organisms, but we could get some indicator organisms, the Klebsiella, E. coli, and Salmonella. Then when we used metagenomics, we got the good organisms, the good probiotics, because yogurt is a fermented product. In the manufacturing, they use a combination of Streptococcus thermophilus. So when we used the metagenomics, we are able to get a number of good organisms, but also indicator pathogens in some samples. Next. In cheese, again, majority of the samples we analyzed, they would not get pathogens, but also cheese had increased number of hygiene indicators, Staphylococcus aureus, Salmonella species, and E. coli. Then when we used metagenomics, we are also able to get the good probiotic, the good bacteria that they use in making cheese, the Lactococcus lactis, that is the culture they use in making cheese, but also we could see other number of good organisms. So if cheese is hygienically made, the consumer is getting the good bacteria from cheese. Next. Then homemade butter, this is the butter we buy in Central Market, the local butter. So again, majority we could not get indicator organisms, but there are some samples where we got hygiene indicators, the Klebsiella species. Then when we used metagenomics, next, we get a number of good bacteria in butter, but also the hygiene indicators, the potential pathogens, Enterococcus fecalis, and this could be explained because they use raw water to clean butter, raw water mixed with salt. Next. So the use of 16S RNA gene sequencing has allowed us to detect even those organisms that cannot be detected by the conventional means, and specifically in UHT milk, and milk powder was dominated by spore-forming organisms. And compared to other milk products, UHT milk, the ultra-heat-treated milk, exhibited a fewer species compared to other organisms, and specifically the spore thermodurans and others. As I said, next. What we can note in milk powder, there is a risk of Chronobacter zakzaki and Klebsiella pneumoniae. This is not heat resistant, but it can come from the environment, it can come from the handlers. Next. So we're also able to get the good lactic acid bacteria, the good acetic acid bacteria. These ones can be purified to make other good products like kombucha, like vinegar, but also, notably, we got Vibrio species from Eshawin, because they use rock salt, so there is a risk, rock salt, and some people use low water, so there is that risk we could get it using metagenomics, the Vibrio species. Next. So this work highlights the value of incorporating molecular tools, and also to build on this work, more research should be done using shotgun metagenomics. So we are limited by resources to do more tests on molecular work. So in conclusion, our study provides a comprehensive microbial assessment of milk products consumed in Mbarara City, combining both molecular and conventional means. So these findings reveal a complex interplay between spore-forming organisms, beneficial organisms, and potential foodborne pathogens in milk products. So in conclusion, most of the samples met food safety limits according to East African and Ugandan standards, but these findings highlight, but there is a rising concern of foodborne pathogens, as we've seen. So further research should be done to incorporate shotgun metagenomics to explore functional traits like fermentation, pathways, and also antibiotic resistance. So far I've addressed two objectives. There is more work undergoing to address the antimicrobial resistance and virulence genes. Go up to the end. Before that, so how have I applied the results gotten so far? I've shared the results gotten with milk processors, and they've started, some of them have started including bacillus cellulose tests in their internal tests, because it is not included in the Uganda standards. And also, I've done trainings. I continue to do trainings. I do root cause analysis. I do postmortem for the milk processors and food processors. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Monica, for using your time well and for enlightening us about all the bacteria we swallow when we drink these products. There's so many bacteria, you people. Yeah. So comments are welcome. Maybe I will begin. I think your work is quite good, but you attempted to answer the question I had, which is, so what? At the end. So what? And I think the challenge you had in the beginning was, and I don't know how you'll tease this out. In your sampling, you sampled from everywhere. You sampled from production companies, which would be the source, in my opinion. You sampled from the markets, the supermarkets, which in my opinion would be like the transitional stage. And then you sampled from the restaurants, which in my opinion are the end users. It would have been better to what they call it, stratify by source, because your results, you cannot now just come and generalize. Now I saw you going to the milk processors, yet you sampled even from the restaurants. So are you blaming the consumers? Are you like your evidence should come from one part? You would have shown us from all the milk cooling plants, here are the results. From all the shelves, the supermarkets, here are the results. From all the restaurants, here are the results. Because each of those has an important application as applied to food safety and trade. Then the other comment I have is that the utility of the molecular tools is guaranteed. That's why they are sold. They say the genomics can do this. Okay? So I don't know why you are overemphasizing it, that, oh, we did genomics and we found all these bacteria. That's what the method was designed to do. The question is, why are you doing it? And what has it shown us? The other small comment, you used some pie charts, PhD pie chart. No, we want more. Okay, yeah, we expect some more sophistication. And even the pie chart you used, you didn't even show the percentages. So it was a little bit... and then finally, you didn't tell us which bacteria were of specific interest. Either they are pathogenic or they are potentially, we have issues with antimicrobial resistance. What are the areas of public health concern that we should be interested in? Any other comments?
Thank you, Monica, for the presentation. My comment is on the findings. You said that they meet the basic standards. I was more surprised with the powdered milk, which I thought was at least shouldn't have any contamination. And how are you going to, you have to, when you are presenting you are defending your thesis, and you know sometimes you have journalists, they will pick out information like this, they say, oh, this milk we have is contaminated, and it may have some other repercussions. I see we are talking of exporting our milk to neighboring countries, to the Gulf countries. So you have to be cautious on how you package the results. And two, I would like also to know how far you are in your PhD journey. You say the objective 1 and 2, those are results, but have you published? And when do you expect maybe to move to the next stage and so forth? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Monica, for the presentation. I want to go to the objectives. When I look at your objectives, ideally objective 1 and 2 to me are one objective. And therefore, I would consider your PhD study to have 3 objectives. You're looking at all these bacteria that are in all these milk products, and you are going to do the antimicrobial resistance and susceptibility. And like Chair asked, so what? I would have expected more strength to this study, the fact that it's a PhD study, and Chair told us new knowledge, innovation at PhD. You spend 4 years just to characterize bacteria. This is being done by master students. So I expect more strength. And also I want to add on to what the chair said. Stratification at sampling. If you had done this so that you stratify your samples as you collect data along the milk value chain, so that you recommend to us where the problem is. But now everything is scattered everywhere, and maybe as you go along, since you're still working, you will streamline this. But I'm more concerned about the PhD rigor of this study. I miss that. I would wish you'd add another objective to include some innovativeness in what this knowledge you get will actually help the policymakers or the processors, or depending where you find the problem. I am missing that strength as a PhD. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Monica, for the good presentation. I do concur with my panelist regarding your study. It is a PhD study. And like what they have pointed, you need to strengthen it. And the other one I wanted to comment to you is the study you're doing is more of a key interest, especially with the industry. You're linking industry and the consumers. And as you said, in the industry, you need to do more. Like for instance, if you are doing the analysis of all those and the method you're using, you realize that some of them cannot detect the bacteria, which are pathogenic. And when you use the metagenomics, you're able to see it. And I don't know whether you have any plan, because whatever you do must benefit the industry, but may benefit the consumers. Do you have any plan to make sure that you strengthen some of these analyses in the factory or in the industry before the product goes to the consumers? Because you need to bring that one out, and probably the certification, which also my colleagues mentioned, you need to strengthen it to make sure that at every stage we know where the problem is, so that whatever happens, especially the milk product you're talking about, be given to the children. If the children get problems, whom do you blame? Do you blame the storage, the value chain, or the industry? So basically, I think that one you need to bring it out clearly, and how your data is going to benefit the industry and the consumer. And we need to make sure that that one is strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Monica, for this wonderful presentation. This is a very important piece of work. I think my colleagues have talked about the issue of the technical and the methodological aspects of your work. I think we need more from you in terms of methodology, and it will make more sense if you present the methodology for each objective, then people are able to follow. I am not sure if you looked at the faces of the people gathered here as you are presenting, because I think if you looked around, you'll be able to pick some messages that people were sending to you. So the packaging of the information is very important. You have a very important piece of work, but the way you package this information matters a lot. And personally, I don't know how you felt about your presentation. I usually tell people it's good for you to feel your presentation positively, and try to find out, try to put somebody in your shoes and say, okay, if I speak this way, will they understand? Am I passing the information well? So I think you need to tease out some of the key messages. When I looked at your conclusion, the key messages were not coming out. And one of the important things you need to focus as you go to present your PhD work is the issue of what we call grandmother test. If you cannot explain these results to your grandmother who is there in the village, then nobody will understand. You need to know that, and you must always bear that in your mind. I think I'll leave that really, those soft things. And as you present, I saw like you have a laptop in front of you. You don't need to look at the presentation. You can just focus here and flow. But I think you need to do more in your work. And for people to understand your work properly, really, the description of the food chain, the milk, usually we say from the farm to the fork. So the supply chain, right from the farm up to, when it reaches the table, you need to describe how the milk handling process is in Mbarara City. and then position the study along this chain so that people are able to see how you fit within this chain. And of course, as they mentioned, the issue of the data and the representativeness of this data along this chain and for each objective is very important. Over to you, Chair.
I have a question. We have run out of time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Monica. Mine is on the font size. Of course, the slides, they were not uniform equally, but then there's a key one, like Professor Jerome said, we saw some bacteria almost in every sample of the milk, but remember you talked about bacillus, a little bit lower than whatever you are showing. You could maybe explore more and give info. Are they really a danger to the society, or that is okay and acceptable as per your say? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica, for your presentation. I will ask as a layman, are these bacteria part of milk, or they come in when they contaminate milk? Yeah, because maybe just help me answer that. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Minute.
Thank you. All your comments are positively taken. So a brief milk, because it's rich, it's very nutritious. Naturally, milk has bacteria. The Ugandan standard gives a limit up to 2 million colony-forming units in 1 meal, on condition that it shouldn't have disease-causing microorganisms. Milk powder is not a sterile product. The processing of milk powder doesn't give it that sterility, and that's why the East African standards give a limit up to 50,000 colony-forming units, on condition that the pathogens, the common pathogens, E. coli, Staph aureus, Salmonella are absent. But where is a gap? The current methods, because they give a big allowance of 50 colony-forming units, the current policy has not gone extra mile to add some of the spore-forming organisms that can be of public health interest, especially the Bacillus cereus. And now that I sit on the committee that makes these standards, I wanted to come up with this research so that when I'm convincing them to incorporate some of these parameters, I already have a base. Because now I could not come from nowhere that let's start including the Bacillus cereus under the test parameters. So this work, plus more work that will come, will give us a baseline. Yes, we need to include certain parameters, because when they are exporting outside East Africa, Japan, they will force them, we need limits on Bacillus. It shouldn't exceed, Bacillus cereus specifically, it shouldn't exceed 100 colony-forming units per meal. But doesn't mean every time there is Bacillus, there is an issue. It must not exceed certain limits. But East African and Ugandan standards have not included the Bacillus cereus. That is one example. But milk is not sterile. It has microorganisms. It even have the good organisms. That's why we are seeing the good bacteria in fermented products, in eshabwe, in cheese and yogurt.
So just on that note, in your presentation, maybe you can use color coding, because if there's people who are not sophisticated in the audience, they will say, oh my God, all our milk is finished. There's so many jams. Okay. Unfortunately, Understood. We are running out of time. I don't know. Do you have any final?
The progress, that is a very important question.
So far, 3 papers are undergoing review. They are not yet published.
Rec and everything.
That one I finished, but because of time, I didn't put everything here. I plan to finish the 3rd and 4th objective in January, as the other papers come out also.
In terms of years, are you in first year, second year?
I'm in 3rd year.
Okay.
Yes.
So do we have Ivan or Vincent here? Ivan Kawa and Mabilis Vicent. So if they are not yet here, stay and respond to, because I think the next session begins at 10. Yeah, but our session. Someone is online? How is that going to work? So, in the meantime, you can comment, you can respond to the few other comments. And
policymakers, I think I've responded.
How many minutes do you have to set up, Ivan? Like 2, okay, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, policymakers, I think I've responded. Input of Professor Kagoro, I've well taken. I'm going to add them. No. Okay.
So you're done?
Yes.
You're done?
Yes.
Okay, clap for her. Thank you. Yes, so we were supposed to have 4 candidates. I don't know, they are called PhD candidates or presenters, but we have 2. I'm told Ivan Kawa is online. However, we are also still going to hear from a few other people in the afternoon. Mugisha Taremwa, Ivan Mugisha Taremwa, are you present? Are you ready? Oh, then okay, you put your presentation. Kabuishwa Winston, oh, you're here? Oh, great. Odendi Gideon, oh, you're here? Fantastic. Brenda, I know Mugisha. Yeah, so I think let us continue with those who are here in the interest of time. And Ivan Kawa, are you able to project? Yeah, you know, technology can waste a lot of time. So it is almost 20 minutes to 10. So Ivan, you can hear us? See, now we can't talk, we can't hear. We are waiting for sound. Because you know, the alternative, we have people in the audience here. So if technology is going to waste our time, yeah. So Ivan is supposed to talk about bridging traditional uses of propolis in Uganda with GCMS metabolomics and chemometric modeling. Now, what is GCMS? Yeah. GCMS. So Ivan, the floor is yours.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivan and Kawa.
Reduce volume.
And I'm from. And can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I'm from the Department of Pharmacy.
You have 15 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. I am from the Department of Pharmacy, and I am doing a PhD, which has an overall title of Chemical Characterization of Ugandan Propolis and its Activity Against Multi-Drug Resistant Bacteria. So for now, I'm going to present my part of my objective 1, which involves the chemical characterization part. So what is propolis? Propolis is basically a bee product, which is normally composed of resins, and these bees collect these resins from different plants, and they use these resins basically for sealing the bee hives. So this propolis can also be, of course, in different colors, and this is caused by the different botanical sources. For example, you can have propolis which is brown, which is green, which is yellow, and that depends mainly on where these bees collect the resins. So a lot of studies have delved into value addition of propolis. Some have made propolis powders, like in Uganda. We have others which have also gone into making propolis tablets and capsules. We have others which are into making tinctures like this. You can see a tincture here, which is Malaika propolis tincture, available in Uganda, and many more others. So all these products from propolis have been documented to be having a lot of, pharmacological activities like anti-inflammatory, antibacterial activity, immune modulatory activity, and many, many more others. So traditionally, propolis has, of course, been documented in some countries on its ethnomedicinal uses. For example, the recent study in Algeria has documented good number of applications in health, actually. For example, in treating wounds, digestive diseases, and another one which was studied in 2008 in Germany has also documented a lot of studies on application of propolis in health, like for treating common cold, wounds, and sore throat. So what is the status of Uganda's propolis? A lot, not so much, but there are some policy briefs, mainly by Dr. Mlen from Makerere University, which have, brought about assessment of market potential and also production mainly. There are also gaps mainly in publications, like there are students who did a lot on antibacterial classical phytochemical screening, but this data is not like published. It remained in the thesis, so therefore it could not really yield a lot. And there is also no documented therapeutic applications, specifically medicinal applications, and there is also no detailed chemical profiles, no other pharmacology apart from a few which involve in antimicrobial activity and cognitive improvements by a few authors from KIU and also Mbarara University. So these are like the 3 papers so far talking about Ugandan propolis. So we now thought about, okay, can we try to see how this propolis is applied in Uganda for medicinal applications, and also try to look at the chemical variability of this propolis. Then we also try to link, the detected chemical compounds and see if these compounds have been really applied into, medicinal application, medicinal uses. So we first delved into an therapeutic survey, which was basically online. So we created an online survey through Google Documents and circulated it over social media. And later on, after looking at the survey, we had now to proceed and now to collect our samples. So we collected our samples in 9 districts. You can see them around in the map. And these districts were equally distributed at least in the agroecological zones of Uganda. So the other part of the chemical analysis, we utilized 2 approaches. The first one was, actually it is a dual GCMS, gas chromatography mass spectrometry. So the first approach was now to look at the volatile components in this propolis, and the other one was to look at the non-volatile components. So at first we had to homogenize our propolis. Of course, it is a lump sum, a gum, a resin. So we had to make it into powder. Then we had now to do the analysis using the headspace gas chromatography for volatiles, then the GCMS for the derivatized samples. So from that, we had to now do peak processing of our, compounds. Then later, we had to export these profiles into a software called MetaboAnalyst, and this software was, of course, important in giving us, the multivariate analysis, the partialist square discriminant analysis, and also heat map visualization to come up with chemical markers. So for the results, we came up with the demography. Of course, in this study, we were mainly looking at medicine applications. You can see that mainly the occupation medical practitioners responded by 31.6%, and there were many more. And the females were better than the females, and of course, this could be due to the involvement of male in beekeeping and the rest. So the edge part, we thought maybe it could be due to accessing the technology. This was an online, and not every person who is really above like 60 or 40 or 50 is always online. So we thought this could be due to the age gap. So around the general knowledge, of course, 85.4% of the population, which we captured, heard of propolis. At least they know what propolis is. For wound treatments, some said for respiratory health, others said for boosting immunity, others coined it on skincare, and others, of course, said, I don't know. So we thought this could be due to maybe the presence of phytochemicals such as flavonoids, present in this propolis. So now this, later on, now we also captured the preparation methods. How were these, how did these participants reporting? Most of them use this propolis in form of tincture. You can see tincture there, you just put in a cup of tea and take, and some use it as ointment, it may be cosmetics, others use it as infusion in tea, and the mode of application or administration was mainly orally, and others was actually topically for topical application. So the accessibility was also examined this because we wanted to know where do these people obtain this propolis, and most of them get this propolis from beekeepers or honey vendors, and some of them get it from pharmacies or hospitals, and others from traditional healers. So we also captured some important information, some additional information to see what these people could actually tell us. So, and also the point of emphasis. So we captured the quotes like propolis is highly effective with quick results and strong medicinal value. And others said more scientific studies required on dosage, safety, and broad application. So we looked at all these, and this really gave us the vigor now to proceed with our next step, which now involved in looking at the chemical profiling. And then later on, we shall go on and look at other pharmacology activity. Of course, this small survey was also shared with the public through Daily Monitor, and I wrote a small story there, which was, of course, published for the public. So now, we went ahead now to look at the chemistry. So like I said, the results, this is how the propolis looks like. Different locations, like for example, Bus, which means Bushenyi, had yellow, Adjumani, which is ADJ, had brown, and Cotido, which is OT, had yellow. So these colors normally are always dated back. Like you can follow this by basing on where these bees pick the resins. So chemically, we try to come up with representative chromatograms, and these are from Bushenyi, Mbarara, and Cotido. You can see that this was classified into monoterpenes, which are volatile compounds, sesquiterpenes, which are also volatile compounds. But you can also see part B, where this is from Mbarara, that it has a diterpene. So this makes it a bit special and different from other locations. So we also went ahead to capture the volatile, the chromatogram, representative chromatogram for the non-volatiles. And you can see this was a bit similar. Most of them had similar, phenolic acids, fatty acids distributed along the different groups. So we now looked at which phytochemical groups are greater. So we found out that for volatiles, monoterpenes were actually more present than ciscoterpenes, and also there were unknowns in the study. So not everything was identified because we used libraries, and some of these included for example, beta-accoradian, which actually gives this unique profile for Ugandan propolis. Then for non-volatiles, we also had this kind of profile, sugars followed by terpenes, then phenolic compounds. Of course, these sugars could be coming from what we call like contamination, because we are interested in propolis. So sometimes these beekeepers harvest this honey, propolis, and they mix up with the honey. So you find that you're analyzing propolis, but it has honey. So much of the sugars come also from the honey. So we try now to find out to see are these, metabolites within within this propolis the same or different? So we approached this by using the PLSPA, which is a econometric tool. So as you can see these two plots, one plot is for volatiles and one is for non-volatiles. So you can see that there are some which are forming a cluster together, and that means that these compounds have, these profiles in the different geographical locations have like a shared chemical profile. So the ones which are separating away, these ones had, these ones means that at least they have a different chemical profile. So now we did heat map visualization to see where can we get some chemical markers. So the red color here indicates the intensity, where the intensity is high, like of some compounds. For example, the monoterpenes were dominant in Bushenyi, Rwampara, and Barara. Then the sesquiterpenes were dominant in Kotido, Masindi, Kibuku, Nakasongola, and Lida. So this now gives us an interpretation that now we can come up with markers. We say Lida has this and Barara has this. So if you want to treat this, you can obtain propolis from Barara. So for non-volatiles, it also showed the same here. And if now were these chemical markers really reported somewhere to have biological activity? So we now did a literature to match our compounds. For example, now if you look at the volatile monoterpenes, some of the key markers, for example, PISA and NNA, were actually reported to have a lot of activity like antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and cancer, and many more others, as you can see. So we now performed also the orthogonal PLSBA, which now discriminates. You want to know, does location really differ? Like, does location cause the chemical profile to differ? So we did a pairwise comparison. And now for volatiles, you can see Kibuku versus Bushenyi had the strongest one with a high T-score and also high R-squared Y, which strongly differentiates. Then for non-volatiles, Adjumani versus Bushenyi was actually the best, and the rest had moderate and weak. So we also went ahead to find out the VIP profile scores. Which compounds are causing this? So you can see alpha-pinene for volatiles was also among them. Most of them are actually monoterpenes. So when you come to non-volatiles, most of them were in the phenolics, some of them were sugar acids, some of them were actually triterpenoids, as listed in the VIP score. So what do we conclude from this? At least people know what propolis is and what it is used for. At least the benefits, 43% see its benefits, and some of them mention even anti-cancer use. So there is need for research, standardization, community education, and also our chemical diversity study shows that Ugandan propolis is having a rich terpenoid profile, and the regional markers, of course, distinguish these locations. So now the future direction is now to look at other methods, because this method was mainly capturing the volatile component. Now there are other components which cannot be captured using this method, And now we delved into what we call the liquid chromatography mass spectrometry, which is now helping us to look at other compounds such as flavonoids, phenolic acids, and other terpenoids, which actually dissolve in solvents. So we thank you so much for listening, and I appreciate and I acknowledge DAD for sponsoring my research stay, European funds for sponsoring this research, my supervisors, the beekeepers, Barra University, Ivan Woods Products, and now finally I can say this paper was published 3 days ago in Molecules, and you can scan the QR code and look at the paper. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ivan. Ivan has spoken a lot of things, but my head is a bit muddled. Yeah, so just a few comments. Number one, using non-standard abbreviations. I don't know, members, when you're PhD, you are the expert, but you see, when you're presenting to lay people, you should have that awareness. You know, OPLSDA, what does it mean? I have no idea, but his slide is titled OPLSDA, what. So, go back in your work and please make these things in grade 3, you know, things that we can understand, so that you don't confuse us with a lot of English. Number 2, in my opinion, your objective 1 should be objective 3. Because you should start inside before you go outside. Or if you're coming from outside, at least it should be the systematic reviews and all those literature reviews should come before you even delve into the PhD thesis. Because objective 1 looks like a master's thesis kind of work, where you know you're characterizing propolis in the whole country. Now that would come in as your objective 3 as a PhD candidate, where you want to even dig in a little more based on what you have found in the lab. That's my opinion, but our colleagues can add on. Then the flow chart. You had a flow chart which really looked like which cartoon was I watching? Where they put a chart and there are arrows going this way, arrows going this way, arrows going down, others coming up. It was not clear, that flow chart. I think you tried to show something, but the arrows, the directionality of the arrows betrayed you. You know, some are going down, others up. Actually, I advise all you PhD people, the science is important, but presenting it is equally important. I don't know in Mbarara if we have people who are good at PowerPoint, preparing PowerPoint slides, where you can pay them and they make for you slides. You have 30 slides and you have 15 minutes. It's not going to work. If you have 15 minutes, you should have 15 slides and spend 1 minute on each. But if you have 35 slides and you are given 10 minutes, even I've seen projects, Bosco, you know, $10 million US, 5 years. You go to a conference, how much time are you given? 10 minutes. 10 minutes to present $10 million worth of work. 70 staff. 15 PhD employees. You are given how many minutes? 10. And you have to present all that work. So you have no excuse, guys. There are young boys there in town who know this technology. They can bring out your tables and then you practice. Yeah, then the other comment, this gentleman, Mr. Ivan, had many slides which had A versus B. A versus B. Did you see that? Volatiles versus non-volatiles, etc., etc. We did not see that in the objectives. You did not have any objective saying you are going to test volatiles versus non-volatile. I don't know how that came in the to be part of your slides. So my advice would be present each objective systematically. Make your presentation systematic. What is objective 1? What are the methods for objective 1? What are the results for objective 1? What is the conclusion for objective 1? I think you lost us in the middle. There were several slides which had A versus B, A versus B. Yeah, any other comments?
Thank you so much, Ivan. This is Jonathan Izudi.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, and I see you're breathing very good air there. So, and
nice to see you.
And I think you spoke well. I enjoyed your presentation, but I think the technical aspects of this presentation is very, very key. So quickly, of course, you talked about the next steps, but I would like to see the linkage between your work and with the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation for you to think about. Secondly is the aspect of policy implications of your work. I think it's very important to highlight that. And then the key messages. Now, back to your work, objective 1, you talked of knowledge and something to do with applications and barriers. I didn't see, results around barriers really coming out from your work. And I think there is also some aspect regarding, the generalizability of your work, because you use social media to collect this data. And one will, for example, ask, how sure are you that the data you picked came from the targeted districts? How did you prevent, for example, that, and so on? So I think it's important for you to reflect on these aspects. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ivan, for the wonderful presentation and the good piece of work. It is an area of interest. It's very interesting, but my area, or what I wanted to emphasize, is that botanical aspect of it. Some of these proboscis come from different plant species, which are responsible, which some of them are medicinal, others are poisonous, and so on. And in your presentation, you didn't tell us more. You mentioned about botanical, but you could come out more on which plants, species, these proboscis picked, where do they exist? Because that one would give us a very clear indication. That's why you see different districts or botanical zones or ecological zones have different plant species which are of interest. It is something similar to honey, because in honey you find some of them are medicinal, have strong components of medicine, and the others are a bit poisonous. So I want that one to come out clearly, probably in maybe as one of your objectives, look at some of the plant species so that you can characterize them. Thank you.
Professor.
Thank you, Ivan, for your wonderful presentation. I want to recommend you. I saw your slides were really, they had pictures, and I want to encourage other candidates to always have those visual pictures. They are easy for us to follow and understand. Yeah, I missed out. I don't know if there is a link I missed. Are you trying to find out chemical compounds in propolis which are treating agents? I don't know. I missed out that linkage. Thank you.
Yeah, so Ivan, can you give us a few responses before we...
Yeah, thank you so much for your commendations and also comments and suggestions. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Allow me to start from backward as I go up. I will start with Dr. Kauma. Thank you so much. Yes, my general study, of course, is titled Chemical Characterization of Ugandan Propolis and its Activity Against Multi-Drug Resistant Bacteria. So I'm trying to look at the final goal is to look at, is this propolis really active? Is what they have reported really true? What is causing this? So initially there was no any chemical study so far. This is the first to actually go deep and characterize these constituents. So now I can strongly see, okay, propolis from Barada has this activity because it has component X and X based on the study. So that is what I'm really coming up with. Then for Professor Leju, the botanical aspect. Now, our study, propolis has many factors. One is botanical species contribute a lot. Number two, geography contribute a lot. Number three, climate. Number four, season. So all those are factors. So if you pick this propolis, for example, in the dry season, the constituents will be different. If you go in the wet season, it will be different. So for our focus, we are looking at geographical location. Does this chemistry differ? Does the activity in front, the one we are going to look at, differ? So now, looking at the botanical species, that would be another topic of its own. But however, in our study and in our paper, we deeply reported that some of these constituents could be coming from maybe species like Eucalyptus camaldulensis, species like coffee, others like Albizia coriaria. Notly, during our sample collections, we actually noted down these species. I tried to ask beekeepers, where do these, bees pick these gums? And they could tell me that these move miles, but these are some of the species. So I recorded them. I have the Excel sheet, so I can use it for other discussion. Then another one was the limitation to show that how the information. This was from Dr. Izudi. How to know that this report came from this district. I actually captured all that information. It's there, but I did not include it here. During that online survey, I indicated please put the region or the kind of sub-region where you're coming from. So I am sorry for not including that slide there because of also time. And then policy. The policy part, National Drug Authority has now the new bill, and I saw that they are actually going to start regulating bee products, and propolis is one of the bee products. So this study, of course, it will help in standardization. Right now, there are no standards on Ugandan propolis, and this study is like the first one, and I know National Drug Authority will look at, the information and try and see maybe if they can utilize, our findings. Then the STI, yes, of course, I am always into product development, not leaving everything in the shelf and in the thesis. So after here, I am likely to come up with a standardized propolis tincture, basing on the chemistry and also activity. Then I can also look further into, looking at detailed pharmacology activity of other propolis from other locations. I think that is all for the method scheme from Dr. Simwe. I am really sorry, that was a scheme which is analytical based. So why I didn't put like different non-volatile, volatile, is because this is an objective of its on its own, and GCMS only captures volatile and derivatized non-volatile compounds. So the derivatization helps like in making them more volatile and traceable by this machine. So another objective will also trace the other compounds which go into due to polarity, so which is the LCM SMS.
Thank you.
So you cannot use one technique to really characterize and say, okay, Ugandan propolis is just this, and you need to use different techniques. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much. Clap for him. You're most welcome, Madam Vice Chancellor. You came in at the tail end of our first session. We had two PhD presenters who presented in person, and the last one, Ivan, as you just saw, is online, but we give them equal opportunity for feedback and response. And I must say the quality is really improving. We just have a few things where our candidates will really shine, and is in presentation. But otherwise, the content is really, really commendable. So thank you all. I was your chair for this session that was in this particular room. But we still have, I think, 4 other candidates in our afternoon session, but we shall proceed after the opening. I want to recognize my co-session chairs, Professor Jerome Kawachenga, who is here, Dr. Simon Kauma, who was next to me, myself, Kamtante Rumungawe, Associate Professor Julius Leju, who is behind there, Professor Grace Kagoro, she stepped out, but she was here, and then Dr. Jonathan Izudi. Yeah, so thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 10th PhD Symposium. But before we start, I would request that the following take up the seats as obliged, and we'll have the anthems, prayer, and the program will flow as required too. I invite the Vice Chancellor to come and take the middle seat. And I'll invite the Deputy Director, DRGT, Dr. Simon Kauma, to take the seat next to the Vice Chancellor. I invite the organizing chairs, Dr. Brian Turije and Dr. Barbara, to come and take seats here. Brian, go the other side so that the blue matches. And the red matches also. Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to this symposium. And Madam Vice Chancellor, what was different this year? The committee chose young blood to head this. So Barbara and Brian are the ones to be skinned alive if anything goes wrong. And if it goes right, let's give them the round of applause for organizing this for the first time. Being the first, we thank you and appreciate you for this. Let's rise for the anthems, and I would request that the Vice Chancellor of St. Joseph's University to come and give us the opening prayer. Let's have the Uganda, East Africa, and Must anthems, please.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for the gift of life. We want to thank you for being here this morning. We thank you for the organizers of this PhD Symposium. We thank you for everything that is being done, for the candidates, for the supervisors. Lord, bless this symposium so that it may benefit all of us, especially our students who are doing PhD, and for the betterment of humanity. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. The Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Director, DRGT, the organizing chairs, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 10th PhD Symposium, whereby the theme goes by Catalyzing Sustainable Development through Research, Science, Technology, and AI. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Almighty God for bringing us this far, a decade of PhD Symposium. We do appreciate the MAST staff who are here and the MAST PhD students. But Madam Vice Chancellor, allow me to welcome our external guests who are students as well as panelists who are in this symposium. In no specific order, allow me to welcome and recognize Reverend Father Dr. Daos Karemera, the Vice Chancellor of St. Joseph's University. We do have Professor Henry Mutebi, who is also a panelist. Thank you for coming. We do have Dr. Jonathan Izudi. Thank you for coming all the way. We do have Professor Laura Orobia from MOOBS. Thank you for coming. We do have Associate Professor Barije Godfrey. Thank you for coming. And the PhD students not from Barra University, please rise up and we appreciate and welcome you. The students, yes. Which university, please? Makerere University, all the way. Thank you for coming. Yes, Madam Vice Chancellor, this has attracted a number of people. And then with the other salutation, allow me to welcome and recognize the scientific committee that was led by Dr. Chimera Richard. Please stand up for recognition. He was viced by the other scientific committee members. Please rise up. There was Dr. Emenu. Scientific committee, please rise up. These are the people who reviewed the different papers. We welcome and recognize the deans of faculty here present. Please stand up for recognition. Yes, thank you for supporting our students. We also have people who have just graduated with their PhDs, Professor, and those I request to stand up. They're the Bagolese, they're still Bagolese, so we make them stand up all the time. Yes, they're here to share with us the different views of what they had come through. We also have mentors who attended the mentors workshop. Please stand up for recognition. The mentors who attended the mentors workshop yesterday. Thank you so much. Madam Vice Chancellor, just to take a dry run, these were categorized and people presented, but one specific session that attracted us, they made people line up and they kept asking, those who have families, stand here. Now, if you have a family and you're an HOD, come here. And then if you're an HOD and you have come here. So some people were keeping moving, and so they were trying to show us that as a mentor, you need to balance life, work, and all that. And Professor Chijambo gave us a video that showed an animal that is being eaten in the lake, being pulled, and others were watching. But at the end of the day, it came out successful, and the slogan was, succeed, we must. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me to welcome Dr. Dennis Musinguzi, also an external panelist. He has walked in. Dennis Musinguzi and Sister Dr. Lucy Lorema. Thank you for being with us. I invite Brian to come and give opening remarks. Later, invite Dr. Simon Kauma, the Deputy Director, and then Madam Vice Chancellor, with your permission. We shall hear from two PhD students. You're already here? Okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Angela. Protocol observed. It's my singular honor to welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to take a lot of time. My only responsibility is to welcome you all. When we were first given this responsibility, we were not sure how best we are going to do this. And it is in that note that we want to send our most sincere appreciation to Dr. Fred Kagwa, who is not yet here, but who has been the chair of this PhD Symposium for the last decade. And now you can tell what a challenge it was for me to step in the shoes of a senior lecturer and the Dean of the Faculty of Computing, amongst very many various responsibilities. It was quite challenging at first, but we thank the Almighty God and also the entire ARDC organizing committee for supporting us. But importantly, we want to thank you for coming. As the Bible always says it clearly, it's one thing organizing a banquet, but the other people coming. That would have been the most humiliating thing if people did not come here. Just to break it down in a minute is that we organized 3 panel sessions. One was for the science and technology that has 9 abstracts and presentations that is in this room. Then we had humanities and social sciences, which also includes business management sciences, which is in the mini auditorium, also has 9 abstracts and presentations, and then the cross-cutting or multidisciplinary panel, which was in the farm bio track. We received an overwhelming number of applicants, over 35 people that were willing to present. But because of time, and also because of the limited resources, we only restricted to those that had at least had results that they have to present. And it is on this point that I want in a minute to request the university management to continue supporting these initiatives. For very many times, people think that being a PhD student, you take a lonely journey. But these platforms give people a chance to know that they are actually being supported. Some universities have what they call PhD forums and all that. And for us, we have a PhD symposium. This is an opportunity for us to network, to remind ourselves of the task ahead, but also to test the waters. But we thank you very much for this initiative and for sparing time to be here. That is a very big plus and a sign of commitment that you have for these students. And I know this is always more likely the most opportune moment to actually meet all the PhDs. They may not be all of them, but the majority of the PhD students within this institution. And I think it is a very good platform that is very helpful. Thank you so much. My role was only to welcome you, but I squeezed in a little bit of advocacy, which I think is very important. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Allow me to invite Dr. Vincent Batwala to come and take his seat before Dr. Kauma stands up to speak. Please come. Thank you. Simon, we're waiting for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Join me to thank God for the gift of life He has granted us all. Shouldn't take this for granted. As you all are aware, I got my appointment to be the deputy director last month, and I want to thank the appointing authority for trusting me, and I pledge my support. You know, I'm not used to carrying microphones, so you forgive me, but I know with time I'll get better. Okay, allow me to welcome you all to the 10th Mast PhD Symposium. You are all most welcome. And allow me to recognize our Vice Chancellor. Allow me to recognize in absentia the Deputy Vice Chancellor who pioneered the PhD Symposium. Allow me to welcome other members of top management and all religious leaders. Thank you for coming. Allow me to recognize our international partners and join me to thank our funders. I know Brian has mentioned about university management. Without our funders, this cannot be possible. So we really want to thank you, our Vice Chancellor, for always funding this PhD Symposium. Send our thanks to all your management team. We are really very, very, very grateful. I really want to thank all supervisors who are here. I really want to thank the deans present. And I also want to thank all other academicians and panelists who are here. Without you, this cannot be possible. I want to thank the organizing committee. Well, I shouldn't take credit, as I told you earlier on, that I received my appointment should have been this month, but I found people were working already. So it will be very embarrassing to take credits alone. So join me to thank the director, the RGT board chairperson, that's Professor Joel Bazira, in his absentia. Join me to thank the director, DRGT, Professor Vincent Batwala, my new boss. Join me to thank Dr. Brian and the chairperson, organizing committee for PhD Symposium, and the deputy chairperson, Barbara. Maybe you can stand up for recognition. I can't forget Miriam. Is she around? Yeah, she's making sure that everything is okay for us. So in our absentia, we really appreciate our efforts. Allow me to thank the hosting faculty, I mean in terms of providing us facility, that is the Faculty of Applied Science. I remember when I was assigned a task to look for the rooms, I just called Dennis, we met, and indeed, he was very hopeful. He gave me the rooms without even asking anything, and even he pledged to support us. Thank you very much, Dennis. I want to recognize all our local students and international students. Thank you for coming. Okay, now I move to why the PhD Symposium. Brian has already mentioned that we've probably said that a PhD is a lonely journey, but to me I believe that it's a personal choice to make. You can choose it to be a lonely journey, or you can choose to work with others. We are all familiar, and if not we are all aware of these African proverbs. If you want to walk fast, walk alone. If you want to walk far, walk together. We've all witnessed people, those who always celebrate the Uganda Matters Day, walking long distances. As we drive going to Kampala, we see them walking. But I always see them walking as a group, and I keep wondering, asking myself, what motivates them? You see, keep seeing them moving, and at the end of the day, we see them reaching Namugongo. We've seen our brothers, the Kenyans, crossing the borders, and when you walk alone, definitely you walk very fast, but as you walk as a team, as a group, you walk very far, and you always get the target, your goals. So I would want to encourage our PhD students. As I was counting, I realized that we have about 25 presenters, and I do believe that we have more than that, more than 25 PhD students. But every time we call on students to come and present there at PhD Symposium, at faculty progress presentation, these students, they always shy away, and I really don't know why, but I want to tell you that whenever you are given an opportunity to present your work, just know that you'll get very, very, very good, positive feedback. The other proverb I'll give you is about a child who has never visited other homes. They think that their mother is the best cook. I think you've heard of that proverb. So you might be seated there in your room thinking that you are doing your PhD, but if you try to come to this PhD symposium, you get different alternatives, different ways how you are going to solve whichever challenge you have. You can only know that your mother is not the best cook when you visit another home, because that's when you get to know that there are other styles of cooking. So with that, at MAST, we believe that the Annual PhD Symposium provides a platform where our PhD students collaborate, share experiences with panelists, mentors to guide them. It also instills students' confidence and public speaking. And a PhD Symposium also links our students to international stakeholders, so you should never miss out on such opportunities. Yeah, for improvement of our PhD Symposium, I think we can do better by at least having 2 PhD Symposium every year. We can have the physical PhD Symposium, and I also plan that we should also have an online PhD Symposium. As you have all witnessed, Dr. Ivan is far away in Germany, but he has managed to present. So when that time comes, and whenever I call upon you, I request that you come. We also intend to have faculty progress presentation at the faculty. We also intend to have PhD clinics and workshops. And we are doing this such that we can create a platform where all students can present their findings. I therefore encourage all MAST PhD students to always attend this very important symposium. And please inform your colleagues to always attend, those who have not attended. I thank you all. Succeed, we must.
Thank you so much. And the disclaimer was wrong that you're not used to microphones. You did so well. Let's give him another round of applause. We thank God for the confidence that you've gotten, but as a lecturer and a teacher, you've done so well. Madam Vice Chancellor, in just 3 minutes, 5, I'm attacking these people, they are not aware. Allow them to give their experience about the PhD journey. And this is none other than Dr. Michael, I'm sorry, please come and tell us your journey, and Dr. Barbara. In just 1.5 minutes, each of you, so that you inspire others. Tell them about the journey that they call lonely, but when you have a friend to walk with, it is shorter. So in 1.5 minutes, each of you, let's share this before the Vice Chancellor's presentation.
Thank you, Madam Angela. All protocol observed. Madam Vice Chancellor, good morning. And good morning, everyone. I hope it's good morning. I'm under the weather, so you'll forgive my tone. But I'm Dr. Tuhamize. I lecture with the Microbiology Department, Faculty of Medicine, Bar University. And I think you can tell from my smiles, I graduated in October. It was a beautiful experience. So coming from a master's student, I did my master's in medical microbiology as I was in the tent. You know, I really loved my gown. And looking at the time the PhD graduates were given, they were walking and they really danced and they introduced them. I was inspired to come for the PhD because of the gown. It was sad. But now in that journey, I really got a beautiful exposure. When I started publishing, I was self-funded. But when you start the journey, you're like, no, I can't die alone. I have to push through. Now, through the publications, I got a couple of responses whenever my paper would go out. I was appointed a member of the Young East African Research Commission through my publication. What a beautiful exposure I got. On top of that, I got a call from the University of Venda that needed a collaboration with us through the publications that I made. And I was inspired from all that. And then the different research teams I was able to make, even after graduation, I was still invited for an antimicrobial resistance course in France. That is why I look, you know, a little bit fresh. I haven't been in the country. So it's been a beautiful exposure. The knowledge I've been able to gain, the people I've been able to reach out. I wouldn't have met them if I was still on my level. And then the PhD colleagues I was able to meet and make noise with them. We kept inspiring each other when times would get tough and would tell each other, succeed we must. I would call Professor Mujan and say, are you still breathing? You'll be like, yes, I'm breathing. And I'm inspired and, you know, very happy that I even get an opportunity from the university to be able to take this opportunity to lead such a symposium. For me, it's a beautiful exposure all the way. I think from the people that have attended the morning sessions, you were seeing me running around and they were asking me, where does the energy come from? People, we are happy. We are happy. The exposure is beautiful. I wouldn't have an opportunity to stand in front of people like you, I mean, the Vice Chancellor and all protocol in this room observed. I wouldn't have such an opportunity. So it's been a beautiful experience. Thank you.
Thank you. The Vice Chancellor, the organizing committee, and fellow academicians, I'm happy to be part of this. Let me start with the symposium. When I first came here, my first time, it was not easy. After presenting, Dr. Asim asked, so what? I felt down. It was not easy. Dr. Kauma asked, what is the philosophy behind this? I'm a mathematician. There was no mathematician to help me on the panel. Professor Batwara was looking annoyed because I couldn't answer some of these questions. Actually, while here, I promised, I said, I won't come back. But when I reached home and slept, I really asked myself, really, so what? What am I doing? What is the importance of getting the best reproduction number if I can't communicate it to the audience? So when I came back the second time after presenting, I saw Dr. Simwe smiling. I saw Batwara clapping. I said, now this is better. So it has attending a symposium when you're a PhD student is very, very important. You network, you get useful comments. It's not about the knowledge that we have, it's how we communicate the knowledge that matters. Then our PRO talked about balancing fields of life, family, studies. When you're a PhD student, it is not easy. You reach home, you can't actually react. Your wife is there, is actually thinking that maybe you are cheating. Things are not working. The previous presenter, Ivan Kawa, was in Fambiotrack and was looking at some medicinal properties that help men gain some energy. So that time I met him and asked him, what can I do? So he told me, no, don't worry, I have Afrodac. He gave it to me, I put in hot water, things refused to work. But after my defense, I resurrected. So, when you're a PhD student, I remember I am a person, I teach in mathematics department, faculty of science. At least every year I used to know 80% of my students by names. But during that journey, I could not. I would meet students, good morning, I would wonder, where did I meet this person? But now I'm recovering, I'm feeling fresh. So when you meet people talking alone, don't disrupt. You have either been there or you are heading there. I thank you very much.
Let's give them a round of applause. So every time I see a gentleman doing a PhD, I know what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this time to invite the Vice Chancellor to address us. And ladies and gentlemen, I request that we give her permission to leave. There's another event, state organized, that she has to attend. Professor Pauline, the floor is yours, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Angela. The Vice Chancellor of St. Joseph's University, professors from sister universities, directors, the deans, heads of different institutions present, mentors, our partners and collaborators, staff of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, PhD students, and everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming to this symposium. I was asked to speak, and I was given a topic, and the topic was motivation for PhD students at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And the second topic was, why pursue a PhD and complete it timely? So the task this morning is for me to motivate students to start their PhDs and complete them in a timely manner. I acknowledge the previous speakers, and I agree with you, Brian and Simon, that at least 2 PhD symposiums in a year is a good idea. And we shall support you. So let's go to my presentation. Why a PhD? If I go around the room to ask the students here, why are you pursuing a PhD? Some will say it's a requirement for the job, especially those in academia and university staff. Others will say it's for career progression in academia, in research, in industry. Others will say it's for personal aspirations, for self-actualization, for the future. Never know what the future needs. Some will say it's a trend, it's fashionable. We've heard from Barbara, she really wanted to wear the gown, and that's why she enrolled for a PhD. So people have various reasons for enrolling for a PhD. Next slide. So what's the relevance of a PhD in Africa today? We've heard from the presenters. It builds research and innovation capacity. It drives economic and technological information. I think we all know that. It addresses local challenges. Through our PhD research, we should be addressing local challenges. If you're doing a PhD to address challenges elsewhere, maybe that's where you're aiming to go and live and work. A PhD also strengthens universities and research institutions. Through all the work you're doing, you're raising the flag of the universities where you are registered. It produces leaders and policymakers for Africa's development. The PhD experience produces leaders. And I'm sure that those who have just graduated can tell us their own testimonies about the leadership skills that they acquired through their PhDs. It also supports achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide. So somebody in the room might be saying, what's the relevance of a PhD in this era of artificial intelligence? The PhD still has a lot of relevance. Artificial intelligence is transforming research and industry, but human creativity and ethical reasoning remain essential. The PhD graduates will identify problems and opportunities for ethical research and innovation. They will integrate creativity with machine intelligence using artificial intelligence and technology, and they will develop local artificial intelligence-driven solutions for Africa's unique challenges. So a PhD is still highly relevant, even in this era of artificial intelligence. When I looked at the statistics of PhDs in Africa, only about 1% of higher education enrollments in Africa are at PhD level. You can imagine, only about 1%. And in Uganda specifically, we have approximately 2,000 PhD holders. And yet the World Bank states that we need over 10,000 PhD holders in this country. When I looked at our own university statistics, I saw that we had 16 PhD graduates in 2024, and this year we had 31. So we are contributing only a drop in the ocean. We need many more PhDs, and I encourage all of you PhD students and those who have completed to enroll another PhD student. As you start your PhD, as you complete, you should be aiming to supervise one more PhD student. And what's the must PhD completion rate? I called the AR yesterday and I asked her, what is our completion rate? She said, Prof, I really cannot tell you, but maybe let's just say 50% or less. So there we are. We need many more PhDs in this country. What are the challenges around PhD training in this 21st century? There is lack of clarity as to what a doctorate means in these centuries. Some people think because of AI, they don't need PhDs. Others just wonder, what is a PhD for? The other challenge is high attrition rates. We know there are many students who drop out. Prolonged time to completion. Some students take as many as 10 years on their PhDs. Then others are questioning the relevance of PhD to the real-world issues. Contribution of PhD graduates to the workplace and knowledge economies. How much do we contribute after we've graduated? How are we changing the world or the country with our PhDs, or the institution with our PhDs? And what's the contribution to social, cultural, and economic development of the country or the institution? Some contribution is measurable, some contribution is not measurable, and sometimes we may doubt the contribution, but we shall see that at the end of all your PhDs, from your publications and innovations, there is quite a lot of contribution. What are some of the gaps of PhD training in Africa? There are quite many. I tried to list some of them, include lack of personalized development plans, inadequate quality assurance, inadequate institutional policies, inadequate research facilities. I think we all agree with me. Inadequate student well-being. We've just heard from one of the students who would go home and the wife would question what he was doing. His well-being was inadequate. Inadequate investment in research funding. We still don't have enough money for research, and not enough facilities and infrastructure. The supervision, mentorship, and coaching, in some instances, is still inadequate. Some supervisors are still not very sure what they're supposed to be doing, and some of them, either intentionally or unintentionally, take too long with students' work. Then there are unique obstacles for the female gender, the females in the room. You know, you have the roles to look after your husbands, your children, the household, and now you're taking on a PhD. It can be very stressful. We have substandard infrastructures in some instances. We have systemic challenges. There's lack of cultural diversity in our doctoral programs, inadequate exposure to industry, too little global collaboration, unsatisfactory multidisciplinary research mentoring, incomplete transferable skills, and inadequate pipeline opportunities. So there are many challenges. Those are just a few. What are some of the solutions? And what are some of those that we can solve locally? We can improve internet access. We can improve interdisciplinary training. We can provide dedicated office space for PhD candidates. As we speak, I think our PhD candidates do not have anywhere to sit. Or if they have, it's insufficient. We can improve that. We can train the supervisors. We can motivate them to do better than what they're doing and to provide timely responses to the students. We can also build collaborative initiatives. I looked at the example from Qatar's model, where they have many African countries working together and working in collaboration with institutions abroad for PhD training, for enhancing PhD training. We can expand the PhD research funding, and I think our government is very willing to do that. We are seeing more and more funding, and we thank the government of Uganda. We can expand our research infrastructure. We can also upgrade them. We can get them accredited so that we have standards that meet international requirements for research. And we can have holistic national PhD training framework. At the Vice Chancellor's Forum, we're discussing how to have this PhD framework, countrywide framework, to be able to increase PhD training in the country. We can also have collaboration. If the Ministry of Education, the National Planning Authority, the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Public Service, UNCST, National Council for Higher Education, if we all came together to speak one voice and to develop a framework for PhD training, I'm sure we would turn around the status of PhD training in this country. So, I'll come to a case study of myself, because I'm here to motivate you, and I think from my own experience, I may be able to motivate a few PhD students in the room. So how did I start? 20 years ago, I decided to start on a PhD program. And I decided to find a niche, and I encourage each and every one of you, find a niche. Don't do what everybody else is doing. Find something unique. At that time, we were rolling out ART, and everybody was taking antiretroviral therapy in the country. Not everybody, but we were rolling it out. And there were many challenges with this antiretroviral therapy for HIV treatment. So I decided to think through the success of providing this antiretroviral therapy for HIV treatment. And I went for a very special area, pharmacology. And I thought through what were the pharmacological considerations of giving antiretroviral treatment to patients with HIV who may also be having other infections. As we know, when you have HIV and your immunity goes down, you're prone to getting many other infections. So I settled for those that commonly occur here in Uganda, and that was malaria. When you look at the map, the dark shaded areas show where HIV was most prevalent at that time, and is still most prevalent now. And the same areas have the highest burden for malaria. So there's a geographical overlap in the burden of HIV and malaria, meaning patients in those areas will most likely have co-infections. When you have HIV, your immunity goes down, you get risk for other infections, and one of them is malaria. So I thought through, when a patient has an infectious disease, look at the triangle. We all know, those who come from the medical side, we know that triad, the relationship between a patient, the host, the pathogen, that is the infectious disease, and the drug. That is the relationship that determines the success of any treatment of an infectious agent. And optimal regimens with maximal efficacy with minimal toxicity are required. So as you give a patient treatment, you must ensure that it gives you the maximum benefit in terms of treating the disease at the least possible toxicity in terms of causing harm to the patient. So I looked at what would be able to cause the maximum benefit with the least toxicity to the patient. And I said the drug combination must be of high quality, and it must not interact with other drugs that the patient is taking. As I said, if patients are living in those regions, they're going to have many infections at the same time: TB, with malaria, with HIV, with pneumonia, with diarrhea, and you find a patient is taking over 10 medications. But how does one medication affect the other medication when a patient takes it? Next slide. We also know that when you take a drug, for example, when you swallow or you're injected with a drug, we have this graph that shows the concentration, how the concentration of the drug changes over time in your body. It is a standard curve for most of the drugs. When you take it from the time of onset, it rises to a maximum that is called the Cmax, where you have the maximum concentration of the drug in your body, and then it starts to reduce over time until you take the next dose. What is shaded under the curve gives you the area under the curve, which represents the exposure to that drug. And then the half-life is the time that it takes for that drug to reduce to half in your body. We also have the maximum therapeutic concentration. That is the maximum concentration that will give you effect of that drug. And we also have the minimum effective concentration that for an infectious agent, you should not go below. Otherwise, then you will not get benefit, and you also risk development of resistance. Next slide. So after thinking through that, I looked at drugs and the body. What are the factors that affect you when you take the drugs, that affect the concentration of this drug? When you're treating an infectious agent, when you're treating a patient with an infectious disease, you want them to have the maximum concentration possible to be able to hit that infectious disease timely and treat it without causing toxicity. But there are many other factors that affect the concentration of the drug in the body. These start from the genetic factors. The way my body responds when I take a drug might be different from the way somebody else with a different genetic, for example, the way a Caucasian individual, the way the body of a Caucasian individual breaks down this drug in the body, because we have different genetics. So in the middle, we have the genetic factors. But also the other factors that you might be taking will affect the concentration of the drugs that you're taking. For example, if you smoke, the chemicals in the smoke might affect your drug. If you're taking other drugs, for example, the herbal medicines might affect your concentrations, or the diet you're taking, or the physiological state of your body. If you have diabetes, if you have kidney disease, your body might treat the drug differently. So I looked at all those factors and I said, let me identify one factor that I need to study. Next slide. So I performed a literature review. As you all know, PhD students, you must perform literature review. So I looked at all the drugs that we were giving patients for treatment of HIV and malaria, and these were some of them. At that time, we were dispensing nevirapine, efavirenz, dopinava, ritonava, and then for malaria, we were using artemether and lumefantrine. So I looked at their pharmacology and how these drugs are broken down, and I realized that they're all metabolized or broken down through the cytochrome enzyme system in the liver. And then next slide. And I realized that some of them affect that cytochrome enzyme system in the way that they stimulate it upwards, while others stimulate it downwards. And because they're all metabolized or broken down by the same enzyme, if you give them together, they have potential to influence the concentration of each other. And that was my PhD. So my PhD objectives were, 1, to compare the steady state pharmacokinetics. Pharmacokinetics is what the body does to your drug, to the drug, how it breaks down the drug. So I went to settle for comparing the steady state pharmacokinetics of generic and branded formulations of stavudine, lamivudine, nevirapine in HIV-infected Ugandan adults. My second objective was to compare the pharmacokinetics and the cardiac safety, the safety of the heart, of artemether-lumefantrine when administered with or without the HIV drugs, lopinavir, ritonavir, because the hypothesis was that lopinavir, ritonavir will influence the drugs to increase the concentrations, and this might be dangerous for the heart. So I looked at the safety of the heart and the concentrations of the drug. The third one was to compare the pharmacokinetics of artemether-lumefantrine and efavirenz when administered together or alone to HIV-infected individuals. And the fourth was to compare the pharmacokinetics of artemether-lumefantrine and nevirapine, still when administered either alone or in combination. And the fifth was for me to describe the pharmacokinetic profile and the clinical response to intravenous artesunate in Ugandan adults with severe malaria. So as PhD students, back one slide, you know that you're required to formulate objectives. And each objective should lead you to either a publication or an innovation. And they should be SMART, meaning specific, achievable, measurable, realistic, and time-bound. And there I was with my 5 objectives. Next slide. So I set out to start, and at that time, 20 years ago, the technology was very limited. You realize all my studies were around pharmacokinetics, measuring drug concentrations. I looked around the country. I think there was only 1 or 2 labs at that time that had the equipment to be able to measure those drug concentrations in HIV-infected patients and the concentrations of the HIV drugs and malaria drugs. So what did I do? I sat with my supervisor and we wrote a grant. And that's what I'm telling PhD students. Their calls for grants, you can apply for a grant where you don't have the technology. So we applied for a grant. My study site was Infectious Diseases Institute and Mulago National Referral Hospital. I would admit the patients to Mulago, pick them from IDI, admit them in Mulago, get the samples off at predefined intervals. As you all know, you must have methods. And then I would go to the lab. So we wrote a grant, we were able to get this grant, and then we had to ship in the equipment that you see in the picture. It took us several months to get that equipment here. And when it got to the airport, there were several challenges. We couldn't clear the equipment. We needed a lot of money. So it was a struggle, but we had to write another grant. And we were able to get that equipment in, and we assembled it. As we speak now, this is a fully fledged clinical pharmacology lab at the Infectious Diseases Institute, all because of a PhD and all because of perseverance and grant applications. So the equipment was assembled, and I started to conduct my studies. That was my study team over there in the picture with a nurse, a medical officer, and a lab technician. We had to bring in an expert from the US, he's in the picture, to come and teach us how to set up this equipment and how to run the samples. So I started. I enrolled the patients, started study 1, study 2. I had the samples, I stored them in the freezers. When we got to the equipment and to running the samples, my experiments totally flopped. And this I want to motivate the PhD students. My experiments did not work out. So I had collected the samples, but I could not run them because everything I would run was not giving me valid results. The patients had swallowed the drugs, but I was not able to measure the drug concentration in the blood that I had collected from the patients. What did I do? I became so desperate, very desperate, and this is the life of a PhD student. At some point, to prove, I had to swallow the drugs myself. It was unethical, but I did it. And I asked them to take my own blood and test. And still, it flopped. It didn't work out. So what was the problem? The problem was that we were not ready to run the samples. We didn't know how to do it, although we had set it up with the methods that had been published and validated. So what did I do? I was so frustrated. My supervisors were pushing me, you have to deliver. And at that time, I belonged to the IDI and the Interact program, where I had enrolled for my PhD, and were required to present our PhD progress every 6 months. So if you didn't have progress, you were really listed as a failure. It was so frustrating. We had this scientific advisory committee coming from North America and Europe, and you had to present to this panel every 6 months. And here I was with failed experiments. I was very frustrated. I almost dropped out. Actually, I almost left the PhD. I think I dropped out for 2 weeks. But during those 2 weeks, I went back and thought through, and I said, I really want to have this PhD. I must complete. So I decided to look out for a grant application, a call for grants. And I found a small call. I think some of you in the room might know about it, the HIV Research Trust. How many people know about HIV Research Trust? Stephen knows about it. It was a small grant, and it saved me. It was only $10,000. So I applied for it. That grant is to support PhD students or scientists who want to go to another lab and learn methods or analyze their work. So I applied for it. It was only $10,000. I got it. I bought a ticket. I got my material transfer agreement approved by Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, and I shipped my samples to Mahido in Thailand. And I also shipped myself. I got onto the plane, and I went to Mahido, to the clinical pharmacology lab in Mahido. Of course, before I went, I contacted them and I said, I have my samples, I'm a PhD candidate, my experiments are failing here, I need help. And they said, come with your samples. So I carried all the blood, of course with approval from Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. I carried all of it, I carried myself, and I went to Mahido for 2 months. In Mahido, I found the same equipment, and I found technicians who had done these things over and over again. That's the importance of collaboration. They knew what to do. They simply put in my samples, I worked with them, they showed me how to do it, I did it with them, and we generated all the concentrations out of the blood. We sat down with my supervisor, and the supervisor that I had got through the HIV Research Trust, and we sat down and analyzed all the data, and I started to write my manuscript. By the time I flew back to Kampala, I had my PhD thesis ready. So I want to encourage you, look out for opportunities. Next slide. Yes, so these are some of my results. The first slide, the first curves in black, I was comparing the generic and branded, and I found that they were very similar when patients took generic drugs compared to when they took branded drugs. The second one, I was looking at comparing the concentrations when patients took lopinavir-ritonavir together with artemether-lumefantrine. And I found that lopinavir-ritonavir, being an inhibitor of cytochrome through P450 enzymes, caused the substrates, the other drugs, to have high concentrations because it depressed the activity of the enzyme, and therefore the drugs were very high. The third one was looking at efavirenz effect on artemether-lumefantrine. I found that efavirenz actually is an inducer of cytochrome enzymes, and therefore it caused a reduction, significant reduction of the anti-malarial drugs in circulation. And therefore that was a risk for poor treatment outcomes of malaria. And finally, the last one, I showed that when a patient took IV artesunate, the pharmacokinetics was that within just about 45 minutes to 1 hour, the artesunate was cleared in circulation. So it rose very fast, and it was cleared very fast. But at the same time, it cleared parasites very, very fast. Within a few hours, 90% of the parasites were cleared in circulation. So those were my PhD results. Next slide. So this is a summary of my findings. According to the objectives, I found that the steady-state parameters of triamine 40 did not fall within the US FDA limit for bioequivalence. However, the PK profile of generic and branded drugs were very similar. The second one, I found that co-administration of a single dose of artemether-lumefantrine with lopinavir-ritonavir significantly reduced artemether exposure and increased lumefantrine exposure with no evidence of cardiac conduction abnormalities. So the cardiac safety was okay. The third one, I found that co-administration of artemether-lumefantrine with efavirenz or nevirapine resulted in significant reduction in artemether-lumefantrine and nevirapine exposure. And lastly, I found that the plasma concentrations of artesunate and dihydroartemisinin were achieved rapidly, with rapid and complete symptom resolution and parasite clearance with no adverse events. Next slide. So what was the recommendation from my PhD? I recommended that generic products play a crucial role in improving success of antiretroviral therapy. However, there was need for ongoing surveillance of quality to be able to avoid counterfeit drugs on the market. The second one, I recommended that there was need for dosage modification of artemether-lumefantrine for HIV malaria co-infected patients that were receiving lopinavir-ritonavir, efavirenz, and nevirapine because of what I had seen. And the third one, that monitoring of artemether-lumefantrine treatment response among HIV malaria co-infected patients receiving lopinavir-ritonavir, efavirenz, or nevirapine-based ART regimens was important because we saw the drug interactions. They were creating risk for either poor treatment response or otherwise. The fourth one was that alternative antimalarial regimens other than artemether-lumefantrine should be prescribed for HIV malaria co-infected patients who are receiving nevirapine-based antiretroviral therapy. And lastly, I recommended that intravenous artesunate should be rolled out for treatment of severe malaria in Uganda, and it's currently our first-line therapy for severe malaria. What were the implications of my PhD? One, there was need for investment in human and material resources to develop pharmacokinetic units in resource-limited settings as a priority. As we speak, there are quite now a number of pharmacokinetic units and clinical pharmacology units in the country, and they are running many of these studies. The second one was that there was urgent need to define the optimal dosage of artemether-lumefantrine for HIV malaria co-infected patients who are receiving antiretroviral therapy. And lastly, I recommended that there was evaluation of pharmacokinetic interactions between antiretroviral therapy and other available ACTs was very important. Next slide. Yes, so that is the case study. At the end of it all, I graduated with a PhD in clinical pharmacology and pharmacokinetics. My PhD was at Trinity College, Dublin, and when the PhD students spoke, my experience resonated with them because I had to spend long periods, long weeks in Dublin, Ireland. It was quite expensive. It's very, very costly. Those of you who have been there know it very well. I had to stay away from family. My children were still young, but I had to sacrifice. These are the sacrifices of a PhD program. So the students in here, take heart. It will come to an end. And the best thing about my PhD was that I explored local solutions for local problems. I looked at anti-malarial and antiretroviral drug interactions for two common diseases, HIV and malaria. I was striving to find local solutions. Next slide. So what are the lessons from my journey? It's important to align research with real-world problems. The PhD journey teaches more than science and research expertise. I think you bear me witness that in this PhD journey, I learned how to write the grants. I learned leadership skills because I had to take leadership of my own journey. Otherwise, I was going to remain behind. At some point, my supervisors insisted that I should continue trying in the same lab where my experiments were failing. We were in a meeting, a supervisory meeting one day, and I walked out of the meeting and I left my supervisors because I was annoyed with them. I was telling them the things are not working, and they were telling me, try harder. And at the same time, I was spending a lot of time. So I told them I'm going to Mahido. And they said, no, you cannot go to Mahido. You're going to Mahido on holiday. Because they thought when you go abroad, you're going on holiday. I said, no, it is a sacrifice. I have a family, I have children, I have a husband. I can't go to Mahido for 2 months just on holiday. And they couldn't believe. At that point, I walked out. And I told them, if you do not believe me, I am going. I have to go. When I came back with a almost completely written thesis, they were very excited about it. So sometimes you have to take leadership of your life. The other lesson is that you need to pursue excellence with focus and discipline. Seek mentorship and collaboration. I think you can see that in my journey, I sought mentorship. I wrote to people, I Googled, I went to the internet. I didn't know them, but I was able to access them and ask them to mentor me and to collaborate with me, and they agreed, and off I went to Mahido. It's important to think beyond your thesis, your PhD thesis. Build capacity and inspire others. Lead with curiosity, humility, and integrity. My experiments failed. I could have been tempted to make them work, but I didn't because of high levels of integrity. I needed to pursue the truth. Next slide. So, back to the topic, motivating PhD students at MUST. A PhD is not just earning a title. It is about using research to change lives. And I think you can see that my research had a big influence on the current policy of treatment of HIV and malaria in the country. Artificial intelligence can process information, but only humans with purpose can turn it into wisdom. I know you're all now PhD students in the era of artificial intelligence. When I did my PhD, I didn't have anything like that. Even access to a laptop was quite difficult, but we managed. Your life must be easier with artificial intelligence. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. As you pursue your PhD, know that you need to be disciplined. You need to follow and focus and keep that line of your journey to be able to get to the end. Your PhD is not the end of learning, it's the beginning of contribution. I can assure you that with that PhD in hand, when you finish, you're going to get even busier than you are now as a PhD student. So it is not the end, it is the beginning. After my PhD, I led major clinical trials, including clinical trials on therapeutics for malaria. For COVID-19, I led the large hydroxychloroquine clinical trial for COVID-19. I led the clinical trial for convalescent plasma for COVID-19. I led another one on fluvoxamine for COVID-19. I'm currently leading the therapeutics trial for Ebola, and I'm a co-PI on the vaccine trial for Ebola. I'm currently a PI on the Mpox trial that we hope to launch soon. It is delayed with the reviews, but we hope to launch it. And I'm the PI. I've also trained and mentored researchers. And now, as the Vice Chancellor of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, I think I exemplify resilience, excellence, and perseverance. And this is the motivation that I bring to you. Next slide. So why pursue a PhD? Back to the question. To advance knowledge and solve real-world problems. A PhD challenges you to think critically, question deeply, and innovate boldly. Your research can influence policy, improve livelihoods, and drive sustainable development. Timely completion means your solutions start making impact sooner. You can imagine if I hadn't completed my PhD with the questions that I was asking. Those questions and answers would have become irrelevant if I took 10 years to complete my PhD. Why? Because treatment for HIV evolves. My questions were relevant at that time, and they actually influenced policy at that time. But if you finished now with those kinds of questions, they would be irrelevant because the HIV treatment has significantly changed. And therefore, I want to encourage you. Timely completion is crucial because your questions are relevant now. They may not be relevant 7 years to come. A PhD is more than a degree. It's a journey of discovery, innovation, and purpose. And you have to be determined. A PhD offers the opportunity to develop ideas that transform communities and advance development through research and innovation. Next slide. A PhD also offers opportunity for personal and professional growth. It builds resilience, independence, and leadership. After walking the journey of a PhD, you become really resilient. Nothing will hit you after the PhD. Sometimes you'll face challenges, but when you remember the PhD journey, you will tell yourself, I have to stand up again and start afresh. It prepares you for complex problem solving, effective communication, and evidence-based leadership. Every time you stand up to practice your PhD or to present to a scientific meeting or to present to a meeting like this one, symposium, you're actually building on and practicing your communication skills. Practicing, so it gives you an opportunity. Every time, everywhere you go, you get an opportunity to build on, and one by one makes a bundle. By the time you finish, you're really good at what you do. So finishing on time reflects discipline, focus, and determination. Next slide. It's important to strive for excellence and not perfection. When you strive for perfection, you're going to get stuck in that PhD. It's just like when you're writing a paper, a manuscript, and you try to edit as you write. You will never write that manuscript. There's one manuscript recently that I tried to write, and I felt I was not moving. Looking back, I noticed I was striving for perfection. That is not the way to go. Strive for excellence. Perfection will keep you lagging behind. Excellence is not a skill. It is an attitude, okay? And perfection is the enemy of progress because you'll remain in one place, because you'll feel you're not good enough. Every time you do something, it will not be good enough. You'll get stuck there. And that is part of the PhD. So focus on progress, focus on excellence, and not perfection. Next slide. Build resilience. As you go through this journey, it's important that you build resilience. What is resilience? It's the ability to deal with change, deal with challenges, and to deal with uncertainty. Life is full of uncertainties and full of changes and challenges. You have to make sure you build resilience to be able to withstand those challenges. And change is always challenging. It's more challenging when it's drastic or unexpected. We saw what COVID-19 did to all of us. And to go through the COVID-19 experience, especially as a health worker, you needed resilience. As one of those health workers, as the head of Department of Internal Medicine, COVID-19 was internal medicine. We had to run the COVID treatment unit. My SHOs were all saying, no, we are not going to treat those patients. But we had to be resilient. And I had to tell the students, you have to be resilient. The PhD students, I told them, you have to be resilient. We have to treat those patients. So build resilience as you go along. Take control of your life. I liked the experience from the former PhD students. I now call you former. Because you have to take control of your life. You have a family, you have a life to go, you have children, you have to pay school fees, you have a wife, you have to give her time. You need to take control of your life. Don't only think of the PhD. There is more to life than the PhD. But at the same time, you have to complete your PhD. Learn to remain calm and learn to attend to your body. Attend your annual health checks for the ladies. Do your breast exam, your cervical exam. Your sexual health and mental health must be intact. For the men, your prostate exam must be done. Check for your NCDs, both men and women, and your mental health. The PhD, as they say, can be a lonely journey, but when you take these precautions, it will not be lonely. Make sure you cater for your mental health. Go for your workout, take a walk, go write your manuscript from wherever you feel comfortable. During my manuscript writing, sometimes I would get tired of the office and the classroom, so I would go by the lake I would go by the lake, Victoria. I would go to Munyonyo, sit at the lake, and write my manuscript. And that would improve my mental health because I love nature. To improve my mental health, and I would be able to write. So find a comfortable place to write your manuscripts. Don't restrict yourself to the lab or to the office. Look forward and plan ways to focus on resilience. Mindfulness is very important. The breathing exercises. When you're faced with a difficulty, take a deep breath. Concentrate on your breathing. Just observe your breathing, and it will help you. Learn how to relieve stress. The breathing exercises are part of it, but physical fitness is another. Gratitude and social interaction fosters a culture of resilience. Make sure at every point, at every time in your life, you reflect on gratitude. Be grateful for what you have, and journal, do the journaling. I hope we all know about journaling and gratitude. Next slide. Yes, this is just to show you that the outer world is all dependent on what's going on in our bodies, the outer appearance of our bodies. There's so much going on in our bodies every time. And as a PhD student, it's even worse. The stress, you can imagine the stress that I had when I was having those flopping experiments. It was very stressful. With that stress, of course, you release stress hormones. Your body is going through a lot with the hormones. There's a lot of inflammation. You're likely not eating a good diet. There are so many toxins. You're not sleeping. Sometimes as a PhD student, you don't sleep. You have poor relationships. He told you about his wife. I'm sure the relationship with the wife was probably not going on very well. Okay? You're deficient in some nutrients. You're lacking exercise, for those of you who may not exercise. And there are toxic thoughts coming your way. Your supervisor is pushing you in this direction. This one is not reading your paper or your manuscript, taking so long, and you cannot push them. They're also not responding. You're going through a lot. So all this causes the outward appearance of disease. You'll manifest mental health challenges, diabetes, anxiety, depression, and so many other things. So you need to take care of your body. Next slide. What is the solution? A healthy life. Drink plenty of water, reduce the stress. I've told you some of the ways to reduce stress. Exercise regularly and eat healthy. Next slide. You are what you eat. I think we have all seen this. If you eat too much carbohydrate and add a soda, that's what you're going to become. Which one would you like to be, A or B? Next slide. Relaxation. I talked about breathing. Okay, practice deep breathing. Progressive muscle relaxation, guided imagery, meditation. Listen to music, soothing music. As you write your manuscript, find a nice, comfortable place. Play some soothing music if you'd like, and settle in so that you relax your body. Next slide. Time management is very important, and this is one of the attributes to train yourself on during the PhD program. Get organized, get structured, set both the short-term and long-term goals. Make a planner. Now with AI and all the technology, it is very easy to make these planners. Just about 2 weeks ago, I learned about one of the softwares called Todoist. I don't know how many people have heard about it. Do you use it? Yeah, it's very good. So make sure you organize yourself and organize your plans and your time management. Next slide. Strive for excellence and not perfection, because we don't live in a perfect world. So when you complete your PhD, and I'm sure there are some people in the room like Dr. Mujenyi who have just completed their PhDs, what next? And this is also a message for those who are still doing the PhDs. Your PhD must be fit for purpose. Don't just do a PhD. A PhD, yes, is good just as a PhD because it will still carry you miles, but still, for the future, make sure that you make it fit for purpose, for either self-employment or for the labor market. Make sure you're going to be able to use your PhD. For those in academia, a postdoc is quite important. I did my postdoc. I completed it several years ago, and I encourage all of you to complete your postdocs. Career progression is very important. Think about it. Above all, remember that your attitude determines your altitude. How far you'll go is dependent on your attitude. We also know that although maintaining excellence in research is still fundamental, the dynamic needs of the 21st century demand an extensive skill set. For example, you need to develop digital skills. Without that, you may not survive with your PhD in the current world. Then the soft skills, very important. Let us develop soft skills, including networking. We have to network. Without networks, you may not be able to work in isolation. Communication skills, elevator pitch skills, project management skills, people management skills, very important. Without people management skills, you may not be able to progress even when you've completed that PhD. Time management, communicating, grant writing, these are all very important skills. Next slide. Next slide. So, in conclusion, the PhD journey is challenging, but deeply rewarding. Stay curious, stay focused, and complete your PhD with pride. Your work contributes to knowledge, innovation, and national development. At Mbarara University of Science and Technology, your PhD research is your legacy. Build it with purpose and excellence. A PhD takes you miles ahead. I can assure you that with your PhD in hand, you're going to be miles ahead from your colleague without a PhD. Next slide. Is that the last? Thank you very much for listening to me.
I expected a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen, for the Vice Chancellor. Drabos! Thank you, Professor Pauline. Seeing you that, you can take your seats. Seeing you that you can present your PhD thesis after 20 years, you're challenging us. There's one part you didn't tell the audience, that you never sleep. Professor can send you a message at 2 a.m. and say, Angela, I need this, this, and that. And then when you reply, she's like, why are you still awake? And I'm like, why are you still awake, Professor? So she persists till the end. She never gives up. I don't know whether anyone has ever said no to you. You're a pusher, and we appreciate that for us. Already as Mbarara University, we've seen that you're a pusher, and we appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from the Vice Chancellor. The people online also have their comments and everything. The discussion will go on online. Right now, we're going for our healthy break, and before that, we shall have a group photo. And I request that after this, we excuse the Vice Chancellor to leave us. While he was away, he was introduced and thanked. Mr. Dennis Lukaya, we appreciate, the Deputy Director appreciated your services at the faculty. Thank you so much for coordinating this. And Michael, we shall forever remember your speech, but above all, the dance you gave us at graduation as a mathematician. The coordination of the steps, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go for a group photo, and we call it the first half of the event.
diverse perceptions of blood use. I'm supervised by Dr. Nixon, affiliated to Uganda Cancer Institute, and Associate Professor Bernard Kunda, a staff of MAST. Next slide, please. So this is the team that is overseeing my doctoral work. Next slide. And I would like to introduce a bit of the operational terms as we go through this discussion. So cancer is known as the unregulated proliferation of cells that eventually lead into a tumor. But specific for this study is that I'm focused on the hematological malignancies. So that has the category of leukemias, the myelomas, lymphomas, as well as the myelodysplastic syndrome. For the transfusion efficacy, we are basically looking at the benefit to correct the recipient's transfusion indication. And for this study, we measured this transfusion efficacy by looking at the post-transfusion hemoglobin increment and also the non-occurrence of red blood cell autoantibodies, as well as the non-occurrence of the serological transfusion reaction. So again, I define the autoantibodies. In transfusion medicine, we have the naturally occurring antibodies, and these are normally defined by the ABO blood group. So under this category, a body produces the antibodies to the missing antigen, so that is natural. On the other hand, for the autoantibodies, we are talking about the antibodies formed to a missing antigen. So what it means is that somebody could have been sensitized, and then you end up producing these antibodies. On the other hand, transfusion safety looks at the spectrum of the different processes to ensure that you deliver safe blood to the recipient. And for this study, we focused on the bacterial sterility of the donor units, but also the non-occurrence of the red blood cell autoantibodies. Next slide, please. So in the background, it's now clear that cancers are overwhelming non-communicable diseases, and in fact, they are ranked the second in the global burden. And we see that the number of new cases continue to rise almost year by year. By 2020, there were over 19 million new cases. And unfortunately, most of these, over 70%, occur in the low and middle income countries where Uganda lies. In Uganda, we saw that there were over 35,000 new cases in 2021. And these also account for a proportionate number of deaths that we see in the country. Why the hematological malignancies? The point is that, first of all, these are patients who have a suppressed hemopoietic system, and in one way or the other, the body encounters what we call reduced blood cell counts, or the cytopenias. And because of the cytopenias, then you have the constant need for blood for these patients to be able to survive. In fact, over 33% of all the transfusions in sub-Saharan Africa are for cancer patients. So the problem is, next slide please, that our practices of transfusion count a lot on what we call the multiple allogeneic blood. In other words, you receive blood from a compatible donor, not necessarily your own blood. In as much as it will be compatible, the compatibility is based on few specific antigenic matches, but not everything. So because of this approach, you find that there could be some differences, but also what makes it a little bit difficult is that our practices continue to be defined by specific gaps. For example, in our current practice, we are not doing the antibody screening, but also among the so many tests done to the donor units, there is no provision for bacterial screening of this donor blood. And because of those gaps, sometimes there are some adverse transfusion outcomes. And when this happens, somehow, somewhere, it is perceived as a risk. And this sometimes defines the decision to accept transfusion or not accept it. But also, it's now known that over time, we keep encountering some deficiencies in blood, and there are some days when there is actually a very big gap in meeting the blood requirements for the patients. Up to date, there is limited data on the transfusion safety and efficacy, as well as the perceptions of blood transfusion among the frequently transfused patients. So this study has 5 objectives. Next slide, please. Objective 1 was to assess the level of bacterial contamination in stored whole blood and components, as well as the associated infectious risk. So this is the approach that we refer to as imputability. You give a unit to the patient, but you also want to assess if there could be any likely infection risk to this recipient. The second objective was to look at the prevalence and the factor associated with the RBC immune sensitization. The third was to identify the anti-RBC antibodies in these patients. The fourth was to determine the incidence of the acute and late hemolytic transfusion reactions, as well as the serological transfusion reactions. The fifth was to describe the caregivers' perceptions of blood use and availability in southwestern Uganda. So the 5 objectives were structured into 3 sub-studies. Sub-study 1 focuses on objectives 1, 2, and 3 as transfusion safety. Objective 4 answers the question of transfusion efficacy, and objective 5 answers transfusion perceptions. For this work, I'm presenting objectives 4 and 5. 1, 2, and 3 have been submitted for the annual research simulation conference. So in the transfusion efficacy, we had a cohort of hematological cancer patients. We had a cohort of up to 14 days, and within the 14 days, we were taking off blood samples for specific tests. So we had the complete blood count because we wanted to know the HB change. We also had the lactate hydrogenase, as well as the antibody screening tests and identification tests. At the same time, we are also able to monitor these patients after transfusion, and we documented any reportable transfusion adverse event. And as earlier mentioned, we basically measured the incremental gain in the post-transfusion hemoglobin levels, as well as the non-occurrence of the transfusion reactions, and we are interested in understanding the specificity of these specific antibodies in this cohort of patients. Next slide, please. So for the antibody work, we used the standard approach where we do the cell screen with the 3-cell panel, and any positives is identified using the 11-cell panel. Then you eventually have an antigram that define the different reactivity of the different antigens and antibodies in the sample, and then you interpret based on the antigram. So for specific objective 5, which was the perception study, we basically interviewed the healthcare providers and patients' caregivers. Next slide. So this study observed a number of quality control aspects, but also it met all the ethical requirements for research in Uganda, as well as the ethical clearance from Alberta for the sub-study that was conducted in Canada. Next slide. So these are the findings for the efficacy study. We approached 514 patients. Out of these, 467, which is 91%, we are able to provide the sample for baseline or the day 0 sample. Out of the 467, we had 434 proceed up to day 7, and then finally 382 we are able to make it up to day 14. Within this population, their median prior transfusion was about 4 units of blood, and some had received more than 10 units, as we shall see. Next slide. So we observed an increment in mean HB, or hemoglobin, and at the same time there was a decrease in the mean lactate dehydrogenase levels over time, that is between day 0 and day 14, and this change in the mean parameters was statistically significant. And we see that of the 11, 7 were for day 0, 7, and 3 at day 14. So the 1 and 3 forms the delayed serological transfusion reaction because they were negative at baseline or day 0. So that 4 out of the 467 is what formed our incidence. And one of the things that defined this population was that most of them, over 75%, had actually received more than 10 units of blood. And we see that the majority had actually received whole blood, which is a common practice in our setting. And then we see that of the 11, they gave us a total of 24 samples, and these 24 samples were associated with antibodies that are common to the Rh blood group system, 18 of them. Then we had 2 who had antibodies against the KRO antigens, and 2 of them had antibodies against the Lewis blood group system, and 2 had antibodies against the MNS blood group system. Next slide. For the perception study, we interviewed 30 participants, and of these, 16 were caregivers of patients with cancer, and 14 were healthcare providers. We see that most of them had worked for some substantial time for the healthcare providers, and for the caregivers, they were over, at their mean age was 36 years. Next slide, please. To donate. The few adult donors who are able to donate tend to be in the high risk category. And even when blood is gotten from the field, there is a bit of a delay because of the time from the field back to the blood bank, so the processing is hard. And because of that, we are not able to obtain components like platelets, or especially the platelets, which are time dependent. It remains standard that we still have scarcity of some blood group systems. For example, those who are D negative, it's a bit of a struggle. And for the donor population, they still feel like their donation is not worth it, because while they give it for free, but sometimes blood is attached to a certain fee, especially in private practice. Next slide, please. About the blood safety, majority of the participants considered it as very safe because it is rigorously screened for the transfusion transmissible infections. But again, there were some safety concerns, especially fears of what we consider as the residual risk, especially when donors are in their window period. But also the previous experience of an adverse event made people think that maybe there could be an infection risk associated. And the fact that some of the high-risk donors are basically seeking medical care, by understanding the disease status, it makes it even more worse, because people are concerned that if this blood goes undetected, then the recipient is at a very big risk. As we have had a number of outbreaks, there are also fears of malaria and other conditions like Ebola. But also there are some misconceptions where some caregivers think that when there is an adverse event, then most likely it could be an incompatibility question. To them it is right, but for us who are in charge, it's time for us to also think about what we do. The other aspect was that some people believed that probably this is blood from non-human sources. Next slide, please. And then about the acceptability. Most people accepted blood and looked at it as the second chance to life. But then there were also some other bit of concern. Some people think that a blood transfusion could be maybe the end of life care, especially when people have seen somebody die immediately after transfusion. And there are also concerns of misinformation which can be within our communities that eventually affect our participants from uptaking blood. Now, because of this, then there are some concerns about the transfusion aspects, especially those related to some of the popular religious denominations like the Jehovah's Witness. But also we saw that some cultures were declining the acceptance of this blood. Next slide, please. Thank you, please. I think it's important to give you feedback. Your time is up. So comments from the panelists?
Yeah, thank you so much. Ivan? Yes. Yeah, transmission is quite important, and I myself am a donor. I always wonder what happens to my blood when it is taken by the blood bank. A few comments. One, you need to clarify your problem statement. You have a very busy slide for a problem statement that should have one bullet. What's the problem you're trying to solve? Is it transfusion safety? Is it how blood works? donated blood. What's the problem? It wasn't so clear. Then the objective 1 is too long and it's repetitive. It's about the level of bacterial contamination, which is enough, but then you later on add associated infection risk. It means the same thing. So you choose one set of words and drop the other. Actually, all your objectives, if you reread them, you can make them more smart, and you know, they don't have to have all those words. The other comment, you need to use visuals for your methods, whether in your presentation or in your document. For instance, the time of blood collection, time 0, time 7 days, time 14. It would have been easier for you to put one visual and you put arrows showing when you pick the blood and at each time point what tests you conduct. Just in one slide you can summarize 5 slides of words, but it also makes it very clear for us. Yeah, let me stop here for now.
Thank you, Ivan, for the presentation. In your presentation, you said the objectives 1, 2, 3 are going to be presented in the annual research dissemination. Okay. Except what is missing in even the other presentation, you don't show us your conceptual frameworks so that one is able to see how these studies are linked. You know, the conceptual framework is like a map. So we tend to see these studies as maybe standalone. How do they really link? You can have an abridged version if it is more complicated, but at least to enable us see how your study sort of objectives are linked. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you so much, Ivan, for the presentation. So you talked of efficacy, right? Yes. Is there an efficacy? Is this an efficacy study? Yeah. Yes or no?
Partly yes, because I defined what it meant in this concept, and we looked at the safety, efficacy, and perception. So it's not a single efficacy study.
Okay. You'll debate that, but I'm sure many people want to query that. Of course, when you talked of efficacy, I was not thinking about maybe an experiment that you are doing, comparing maybe some sort of either therapeutic or diagnostic or something like that. I think you need to revisit that. You saw us changes in HB level after transfusion, but we expect that. I mean, you expect that once you are transfused, the HB levels must be up. I think what would be more meaningful is perhaps to statistical, we call it maybe what we call a counterfactual. What would have been the HB had there been no transfusion? I think that's something, if you can show that, to be more powerful. And then for the perception study, I don't know why you never used theory to inform your study. Qualitative studies get more powerful if you have a theory or a model or a framework.
Efficacy. But then when you are presenting the results, we don't see those measures anyway. That's why even my colleague is confused. When you say efficacy, where are the comparison groups? What are the measures of effect? I don't see incidence rate ratios. I don't see rate ratios. I don't see incidence ratios, prevalence ratios. Like, we don't hear that talk anywhere. And that should really come out. Objective 1, this is the result. Number 2, this is the result, and so on. Thank you.
Any other person? Okay, thank you. I have a few comments here. On your problem statement, the first bullet, I see you used the reference of 2005 as evidence. I think you really need to look for new references. Your last statement in the problem statement, it is clearly stated, but it lacks evidence. We might assume that those are your own words. So it's better you put evidence there. Do you have, at what level are you?
Thank you. That was my next slide. So this is my third year, and I can say that I'm at the level of manuscript writing. I've so far had 2 submissions to the journal, and I'm working on the last 2.
So do you have any publication?
Not yet. I have 2 submissions. I'm waiting for anything between now and maybe the new year. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Would you want in a minute to answer a few comments you can in a minute?
Thank you very much. I thank you all who have been able to give me this feedback. These were mainly comments to take care of. And also I have to really apologize. You know, sometimes some of these aspects are never clarified looking at the amount of slides you present and how much content you have to put in. But I would be very grateful to make these changes and ensure that the next presentation should be more thorough and more effective for the audience. Thank you very much for this.
Okay, thank you very much, Ivan. Next on the program, we have Kabiswa. Do we have him? Okay. Emma, please. His topic is the role of sanitation behavior as a drive for antimicrobial resistance in E. coli among lakeshore residents around Lake Victoria, Uganda. Do we have Gideon Robert? Okay, you'll be the next. Then do we have Brenda Ainomgisha? Okay. And Rogers.
So good afternoon. I'm Kabiswa Winston. I'm doing the PhD from Makerere University, and I work at Mountains of the Moon University, Fort Portal. The doctoral committee is that one represented down. This study is about the role of sanitation behavior as a driver for AMR in E. coli among lakeshore residents around Lake Victoria, Uganda. And this work was published in the journal Discover Public Health, Spring and Nature this year. You can move forward. Now, AMR is currently an issue, and there is a current fear that it might become even worse because of different issues, especially anthropogenic issues, the behavior and the different activities we carry out, plus different issues like physical-chemical parameters, which I'll be able to talk about. Now, this study was premised on E. coli, Escherichia coli, which is a common gut bacterium. It is under Enterobacteriaceae. And I've done different studies on E. coli in chicken, cattle, but this one in particular was on human. So it is a big study. It is involving human. It is also involving the environment, which is soil, water, and even fish. But for this particular paper, it was mainly human. Can move. So the communities I'm talking about at landing site are very vulnerable because of inadequate sanitation. There is the open defecation, improper waste disposal. Case in point is that latrine at Gaba landing site. You can see the water in the background, but these are effluents moving towards Lake Victoria. And this kind of sanitation is actually in use. You can move forward. So with that kind of sanitation, the environment is really taking in a lot of these bacteria and worrying are the bacteria which are laden with the drug-resistant genes. So this study examined the role of sanitation, like I said earlier, in shaping patterns of AMR in E. coli. Can move forward. So aquatic habitats are known to be reservoirs for antimicrobial resistance genes, and the prevalence and spread of bacteria resistant to antimicrobials are major global public health issues. These are furthered by anthropogenic activities, but also environmental related issues, majorly changes in electrical conductivity, temperature, and others, which will be determined in another paper, which is under review. Can move forward. Can move forward. So we can see that this study is a One Health study, which is involving the environment, humans, and animals. The animals we looked at were fish in the bigger study, but in particular, we are looking at humans, the way we behave and the way, whatever we do, whereby we end up having within ourselves vertical gene transfer, VGT, but also we have horizontal gene transfer from humans to animals. These genes, these resistant genes, are moving around from humans to animals to the environment, from the environment back to us, etc. So you have that movement of effluents from the community going into the lake and back and forth. So the environment is cascading these genes, moving from one side to the other. So in particular, we investigated the role of sanitation behavior in shaping patterns of antimicrobial resistance development and dissemination. Can move forward. So it was a cross-sectional study. It involved both quantitative and qualitative. So it involved use of questionnaires, but also lab work. You can move forward. And we picked samples from 120 inhabitants of Kasenyi and Gaba landing sites. You can move forward, sir. I'm time bad. Okay. So in the questionnaire, those are the areas, the 5 areas which I concentrated about: sanitation behavior, awareness of AMR, waste disposal habits, how water was utilized, antibiotic use. You can move on. And then, can move. For the case of the microbial side, I picked 60 samples from Gaba and 60 samples from fecal samples from Kasenyi. Particularly from those individuals who had been involved in the questionnaire. So these were analyzed from NADEC and for microbial analysis, but we're also doing molecular analysis currently at Makerere, at COVAB. But we also went further to confirm, using Vitec, to confirm the biochemical parameters at Jinja Referral Hospital Lab. So culturing of bacteria was done using McConkey. Incubation of the inoculated plates was done. And we checked for those which had developed colonies. And that is, we're looking for lactose fermenters. And the presumptive colonies were purity plated, again onto McConkey, and then incubated overnight for 24 hours. Presumptive isolates were divided into two. The first batch was stored in BHI together with glycerol and archived for later. The second batch was put into distilled water for molecular manipulation. And we were looking at, can you go back a bit? We're looking at citrate test, indole test, and TSI tests. Okay. You can move on. So later on we confirmed, like I said, and then some of these were used to develop the McFarland standard used for AST, antimicrobial sensitivity, using Muller-Hinton agar. So that is the sensitivity, which we did, using 9 antibiotics commonly used, as indicated there. And after 24 hours of incubation, we had different levels of clearance, and some were resistant. Some were susceptible, some were resistant, as later on to be seen. Move on. So out of the 120 stool samples collected, 83% were confirmed positive, and those are the figures for the different drugs. However, it was noted that meropenem was still effective for this particular bacteria. It cleared all of them, though cefepime, amoxicillin, and cefepime, and yes, ciprofloxacin also, because those are mid-level drugs. We noted that some of these bacteria were resistant to them. So that is significant for this study. Even gentamicin having that 11% is an issue. Move forward. So that is still the same. You can move. So in brief, that is the summary which I have generated. It is not in the published work, but I just wanted to simplify for us to see in brief. That is what we ended up with. You can see ampicillin, the resistance for ampicillin and also tetracycline is still high in gray. You can see that. Then we can see meropenem cleared everything. They are susceptible, which is significant. And then cefepime and then ciprofloxacin, we are having issues with those because they are not supposed to have that high kind of percentage. Move. So from this, we had prevalence, we developed prevalence ratios, and those are the prevalence ratios in relation to sanitation behavior vis-a-vis AMR. Yes, that's good. So we can see that majorly it is the generation of chemical waste into the environment, and which is driving, having a high causing high incidence. And this is mainly, we realized, causing issues with COD, chemical oxygen demand, biological oxygen demand, and also electrical conductivity in the water. So it means that those issues are very pertinent. And from the follow-up study, which we've done in the next paper, which is under review. We are having noted increase in resistance due to these factors. Can move forward. So the findings highlight concerning levels of resistance to commonly used antimicrobials. For example, ampicillin, tetracycline, ciprofloxacin in fecal samples, reflecting significant impact of humans on the environment. Especially when you look at ampicillin and tetracycline, when you compare it with the existing literature, they are almost rhyming. But what is most significant is the issue of ESBL, extended spectrum microbes, those which the so-called ESBLs and the carbapenems, which if they are having resistance, we have to start worrying. For meropenem, it is not having, but those which are under the ESBLs, for example, cefepime, we have to start worrying because mid-levels, they are supposed to be as low as possible. There's extended spectrum beta-lactamases, that is ESBLs. So we have to take note of that. Because remember, these genes are picking from each other, and when these bacteria which have these ESBLs increase in number, we will get issues because there is that recycling of these super genes, okay? Superbugs, sorry. You can move on. So the recommendations, majorly government should strengthen policies on AMR stewardship, invest in sanitation infrastructure, especially at the landing sites, because really the situation is worrying. Case in point is that Gaba, there is a village called Katogo in Gaba next to National Water, where they pick water for the whole of Kampala and Wachiso. So government should put in more. Then health and, okay, all that you can read.
Thank you. Your time is up.
So I acknowledge those individuals and MACRIF for the financial support.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Comments, please. Any comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Presenter. Let me begin with the last slide on recommendations. You have said government should do this, NGOs should do this, so everything should do this. I think it has financial implications. Did you try to quantify before they go into? Two, you took the sample size of 60 from two sides. What would be the implication of increasing the sample size to like 100, or you lower it? Could you have some comments? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fascinating presentation. Allow me highlight on a few areas in form of questions. I'm wondering what your conceptual framework, that is the variables that you are looking at and the relationships between them. I'm also wondering how you selected these sites. That one takes me to another other important consideration. What is the study population in this study? And I see you are trying to assess sanitation behavior. How did you assess those sanitation behaviors did you like use validated tools? If so, what are they? It would be important to highlight them.
Come again, that last one.
You mentioned of sanitation behaviors. Right away when you look at the title, I expect that you dive into those sanitation behaviors. I think you assessed them, but the presentation seems silent on what they are and how you assessed them. Thank you.
Can you try to address us in just a minute so that we don't miss out?
Did you try to quantify, what should be the implication of increasing sample size? We used the Cochrane model of sample size determination, but this study was limited by funds. Because initially, although later on I got funding from Macrif, which was actually a drop in the ocean, because microbial work fused with molecular is a bit expensive. Because this study is also extending to molecular. Someone who was doing molecular here knows the costs. So we had to limit, but still we try to use, let me hope you were hearing me. we try to use that model, the Cochrane model, to determine the initial sample size. Okay. So generally we were limited by funds. Then the conceptual framework, values, when you, I don't know whether you can still go back to that slide. I don't know whether you were talking about the other figure, which I shared, showing the VGT.
I was wondering what the values are.
The values? The variables. Oh, okay. Of course, it is. We're looking at AMR vis-a-vis behavior, sanitation behavior. Is that what you're talking about?
What are the variables for the sanitation behavior? That's the question he's trying to raise. Variables for sanitation behavior.
You're talking about dependent and independent variables. So the dependent, I think, is AMR, and the independent is the sanitation behavior. Different sanitation behavior, which we talked about, for example, disposal of fecal wastes and other wastes, chemical wastes, but also how they utilize antibiotics, because some of these people use, take and then dispose of poorly the leftovers. And the microbes get used to these drugs in the general environment, both in the aquatic space, but also on the terrestrial. Actually, this study also goes further to look at the soil. There is another paper on soil, then fish, then it is a bit big.
Okay, thank you. For the interest of time.
Yeah, I just had 3 comments. Thank you for your work, sir. Looks like your work is looking at an environmental exposure to antimicrobial resistance. Because you're looking at sanitation behavior, I think we are all struggling to figure out which specific behaviors you are researching that lead to antimicrobial resistance. Is it hand washing with soap? Is it using the disposing of solid waste, safe water use, and so on? So you need to bring that out clearly. Secondly, what is the problem you are intending to solve? What is your study trying to fill up? which gap is your study filling up? We are not sure what problem your study is trying to address. At least it wasn't clear to me. And then finally, what is your hypothesis for even this objective that you studied? Because in the conclusions, you now bring something you did not study at all. And that is something we know, that when you overuse antibiotics in clinical settings, you can get antimicrobial resistance. But here, you are looking at exposure to antibiotics in an environmental setting. But we do not have a hypothesis. You studied, you need to show us those relationships. How does exposure to antibiotics in water in a fishing village lead to antimicrobial resistance? You show us some odds ratios and associations, but what's the biology behind this and related to that, be very careful with the recommendations, because of one thing: the strength of evidence is very, very low. A cross-sectional study in the ranking of strength of evidence, it's a study design which produces very biased results. Somebody already asked, why did you go to, what was that? Lake Victoria. We have Lake George, we have Lake Edward, we have Ruizi, we have. So how can you start recommending things based on Lake Victoria? Yeah, thank you.
For the interest of time, I think you take them as comments. I think they are very wonderful comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is about, you have been commenting that this is part of a bigger study. You have to define the boundaries of your PhD study so that you complete it, as you heard from the VC's presentation. It has to be time-bound. Then you can have those studies which can take very many years. So you have to, although it is part of a bigger sort of study, you have to define the limits. Yeah, thank you.
Last one. Oh.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. Being the maybe kind of behavior, I expected to see maybe you adopting one of the models, maybe a health brief or behavior model, something like you're modeling something, okay? And again, as the professor has said, you recommend what you have studied, not just getting recommendations from AI. So make sure your recommendations tally with your objectives, with what you studied. True. And lastly, let's not rush to the government. That's because I see behavior. You as a PhD student, what change can you bring towards that community you studied before you rush to the government, which is already overburdened? Let's look at that. Community, now we are engaging the community to have a behavior change so that we can have positive results. Thank you so much.
One last one.
So, thanks. Just a comment. Good work made it very difficult. Make this work easy. Two is just learn how to present your work. I mean, presenting odds ratios without confidence intervals is just useless. And I think you know that very well, that based on even published papers, you need to look at that. Two is the questions raised by Dr. Simwe, very important. If this work is hypothesis-driven, it changes a lot of things in terms of sample size, in terms of result presentation, and everything. So I think my message is go and simplify this work and present it properly.
Interest of time, I think we are going to stop here. Since I'm the chairperson, I can also give comments for you to take. Of all organisms, why did you choose E. coli? Then, at what level are you? maybe those are, your progress, then Rose.
I'm in my third year. Why E. coli? I got interest after because masters I did E. coli, but it was in chimpanzees and chicken. So it is a bacteria which I've been handling for some time. It became natural for me to go E. coli, even for PhD. So
I think I would expect a very scientific reason. From what you've just stated, I think, to me, I feel like you are biased. And we need that scientific reason. Okay. Could it be the most dangerous organism with evidence, with papers, reference, then that would be the most prominent answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
But E. coli is also one of the microbes which is common with us. It is in all of us, so it is a common.
For sure, it is, because even I know when you go to the list of World Health Organization, is among the pathogen listed. Go to the CDC. Those are the reasons we want, so that when you are making such statements, at least we can have reference to that. Okay. That's what I wanted to emphasize. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much
for the feedback.
We have Gideon. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Protocol observed. My name is Odendi Gideon Robert, third-year PhD candidate in the Department of Psychiatry. I've been working for Uganda Prison Service for the last about 20 years, and I'm still there. So my supervisors, pardon?
Did you adding your
I sent
slides?
it last night to Bryant.
You did? Could you be having them on your laptop?
I have it, but it's power dependent.
Maybe what we can do, we can get another person, then you save time. Eh? Great. Brenda, are your slides ready? Can you project for Brenda as we sort out? Okay, you can project for Brenda. Thank you. Where is it? Okay. Rogers, please make sure that the slides are with Emma. So Brenda, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brenda Ainomjisha. I'm PhD student 2022. I'm going to present part of my work on effect of point-of-care contraception provision on modern method uptake among postpartum women at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital. My work is being supervised by Professor Joseph Ngonzi and Professor Musa Kayondo from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. Yes, some of the definitions that will come up recurrently in my presentation is about contraceptive prevalence. This is a proportion of women who are in the reproductive age that are currently using a method of a modern method of contraception. Unmet need for contraception is percentage of women who are sexually active that wish to use a contraceptive method but are not currently using any method. While postpartum contraception is use of a modern method of contraception within the first 12 months after delivery. And immediate postpartum contraception is use of a modern contraceptive method within the first 72 hours after delivery. Short pregnancy interval is if the duration between two pregnancies is less than 2 years, and point of care provision in my study will be providing counseling and contraceptive methods within the maternity ward. So it's important certainly for a family to decide on how many children they want to have, how they should space them, so as to have, and what timing, do they want every 2 years or 3 years, and that is really what family planning is about, to avoid unplanned pregnancies and the associated complications. And it's been documented that contraception has a potential to avert about 44 million unwanted pregnancies. And according to the most recent UNFPA report, it was also documented that every additional dollar spent on contraception serves to reduce the cost of pregnancy-related morbidity by about $3. In Uganda, the contraceptive uptake is about 38%, while the unmet need is about 22%, meaning there are about 22 in every 100 women who need a method, but they are currently not on any method. And when we looked at immediate postpartum uptake, that is using a method within the first 72 hours, the Western world is doing well with percentages above 50, but also in Ethiopia, about 48%, but in Uganda, in a study that was done at Kawempe National Referral Hospital, immediate postpartum uptake was only 54%. There's no study has been done in southwestern Uganda or in our catchment area. And yet there are so many opportunities to give contraception immediately postpartum, in also post-abortion or any other point in a woman's reproductive life. Yeah, a bit about the maternal health statistics of Uganda, because these are opportunities when information about family planning can be shared, but also methods can be given. Our antenatal care attendance of at least one single visit is at 99%, and about 68% of our pregnant women actually attend 4 or more antenatal care visits. So these are opportunities when they would get information about contraception and also plan. Our hospital deliveries is as high as 86%, but unfortunately in the postpartum period, only about 66% receive some form of postpartum care within 2 days, about 4% more than 2 days, about 29% don't receive any form of postpartum care. So if we needed to intervene in regard to postpartum contraception, the biggest target will be at the point of delivery, where we are having about 86% of hospital deliveries. It has also been documented that for the mothers who come for the 6 weeks review for immunization, about 60% of them have already re-engaged in sexual intercourse and can potentially get pregnant. And so what is the problem? Immediate postpartum contraception uptake in Uganda is low, yet integration of contraceptive services in routine obstetric care has been shown to improve access and also improve uptake. At Mbara Regional Referral Hospital, family planning services are provided in what we call the maternal child health building, which is about 3 blocks away from the maternity ward. And this is where everyone from the community, from immunization point, from HIV clinic, everyone moves there to get a contraceptive service. Our cesarean section rate at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital is about 57.8%, meaning that almost more than half our pregnant women walk into hospital need a cesarean section and therefore get a cesarean section. Also, other high-risk women that we have, about 16.6% of women who present with us, to us pregnant, have comorbidities. So all these are women who are high risk and would benefit from immediate postpartum contraception. And the prevalence of short interbirth interval among the women who delivered by cesarean section at the previous delivery is as high as 33%. But it's not documented how many women in our setting take up immediate postpartum contraception, what factors are associated with this uptake, what are the barriers, what are the facilitators, and if point of care provision of modern contraceptives could have an effect on the uptake of immediate postpartum contraception. So these are the questions I set out to study. What is the prevalence of immediate postpartum contraception? What factors are associated with immediate postpartum contraception? What are the barriers and facilitators? And what is the effect of point of care provision of modern contraceptive methods would have on immediate postpartum uptake, specifically among women delivering by cesarean section at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital? yes, that really translates into my objectives. I'll just move in the interest of time. Next slide. Yes, so we adopted a theoretical framework looking at the integrated behavior model, because it's been studied that actually family planning has a lot of influences. It's a health behavior, but has a lot of influences from people's perceptions, from the provider's perceptions, from availability of service, from people's habits, and so it seemed the most relatable theoretical model, and that's really what we based on, and that will be translated in our results. And also, it's really an implementation science concept. Next slide. So we adopted the EPIS model that has really EPIS about exploration, which we're doing in our first two objectives, and preparation, yeah, by analyzing and seeing where to intervene, and then implementation, and hopefully for my postdoc will be something about sustainability. So methods, it's both qualitative and quantitative. So for the objective 1, 2, and 4 to be, and for objective 3, it's qualitative, where we are looking at barriers and facilitators. The study site is Mara Regional Referral Hospital, and the study population is women who deliver by cesarean section within the first 72 hours. But for objective 2, where we are looking at barriers and facilitators, we also engaged with the partners and also with health workers to look out for the different barriers and facilitators. So it's a study design is a before and after study design, where we did the baseline survey about the prevalence and factors associated. So after intervention, then we also still do a cross-sectional study to see if there's impact of our intervention. Okay, we move to results. That was fast. Let's move to results. So these are really the baseline characteristics of our participants. Most of them were from Bara district, or Banyankole. About 39% were Protestant, 34 Catholics. Most were married and were doing business for a source of income. Next slide. Yeah, about the obstetric characteristics, most of them were carrying averagely about the second pregnancy, and most of the deliveries were term. All the participants had attended antenatal care at least once, and the average number of antenatal care visits was 5, and about 71.3% were told about family planning during the antenatal care visits. 91% were having an emergency cesarean section, and of course every one of them had a cesarean delivery at this delivery, but those who had previous cesarean sections, most of them had 1, that's 50.8%. We classified the indications for cesarean section according to the Robson classification, yeah, and the highest was really in classification 5. The interpregnancy interval was 39 months between this pregnancy and the previous one. Yeah, and about 48.8% were less than 24 months, the interpregnancy interval. Next slide. About the contraceptive characteristics, about 58% had ever used contraception. The methods used, there was a mix of methods, but about 45.5% had used injector plan, 36.4% had used an implant, and the longest they had been on a method, which was interesting, is about that the most had used a method for just less than 3 months. So even when we think they have used family planning, they actually were not using it for long, about 53.7%, and about 45.1% were aware that you can start a contraceptive method immediately after delivery. Medical characteristics. Yeah, most of them had a nearby government health facility that was offering contraceptive services and at no cost. And most of them also had outreach services for family planning in their area, about 53.7%. About 45.7% of these patients were referred to Mara Regional Referral Hospital, and the HIV prevalence is about 7.5%. Next slide. So our prevalence of immediate postpartum contraception was 6.8%, with a 95% confidence interval 4.7 to 9.6. The reasons that the women gave for not taking up a method, most of them say they needed to fast heal, others preferred to use a natural family planning method, About 14 of them needed their partners to consent. 7 required a method that was not available at the time they needed it. And about 1.9% didn't know that it was possible of the people that we enrolled. The methods that were taken, most of them were actually the ones that opted for sterilization, 58.6%, 7 took on an implant, and 5 took on the injectable methods. So when we did the bivariant and multivariable analysis, what came out significant were actually those that had not had a form of formal education. The odds of a woman who had not had a form of formal education take up a method was about 8.5 times. And next slide. The other significant factor was those who had ever used family planning in between pregnancies, where the odds was about 5 times. So, like you notice, immediate postpartum contraception is low, contraceptive uptake is low, and the factors that were shaded were no formal education and history of having used contraceptive methods in between pregnancies. And some of the explanatory factors that we found is that according to the last UDHS, actually, the women who are not educated had a high fertility rate. So it's possible that they could also have had enough children, because it was about 6, yet those who had had education average was about 3. So maybe then they had a bigger need for family planning, but also the uptake of health information was seemingly better among those who didn't have formal education as compared to the ones who actually had some form of formal education. So for objective 3, we've actually collected the data. We did FDGs and in-depth interviews with the women who delivered by C-section and their partners and also health workers, and had some in-depth interviews with the ward managers, the family planning focal people, the principal nursing officer, but we are still doing analysis, so I have not presented the results, but certain key things are coming out. For the health workers, most of them actually confessed that they also didn't know much about immediate postpartum contraception, so they are not confident to give the information. They didn't know how to administer the methods, but also the workload. They don't want to add that to the rest of the work they have to do, so they would rather not talk about it. While from the women, most of them needed, but it was not available at their station. So they didn't, and the delay for them to move the family planning unit was not worth it. They always preferred to take it later. Some of the husbands, some of the information that came through, some of the husbands actually said they knew, but the women actually, there's a number of men said, the women lie to us. We don't want them to conceive immediately, but yet we can't use condoms, so they tell us they're on a method, but they are actually not. Before we know it, we think they are fat, then they are pregnant. So some of the things that are coming out. For objective 4, we are really setting ground, setting up the corners and adopting the different health information, the information available, so that we can start to provide the method within the ward, and then we'll be able to measure its impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Yes, comments, members?
Yeah, thank you, Brenda. Excellent talk. Yeah. So what? Yeah, you know, I told you when you're a PhD student, I told you there are 10 assumptions we make before you begin talking. And one of them is that you are already an expert. So whenever you get up to talk, please show your audience what kind of expert you are. And therefore, if you are an expert on reproductive health and in all this that you are showing us, what more are you adding with your PhD? Should be the question you should ask yourself. They used to say in the past that many master's degrees do not tantamount to a PhD. So if you look at your objective 1, objective 2, objective 3, objective 4, you're looking at factors of this, factors of that. What PhD material is in there, in your opinion? I would advise that, for instance, yes, the issue is there of low immediate postpartum uptake. But as a PhD person, what intervention can you come up with? Or that can you suggest based on literature that you can design a study for You test and show us after your PhD. Rather than doing many cross-sectional studies and mixed method studies and you have like 5 of them, the challenge will come when you finish your PhD. You will not get many opportunities for people to hire you because you will not have added on something novel, something new. So please bear that in mind. Then secondly, and this also goes to other PhD presenters, please do not spend a lot of time on the introduction, on the background, on the problem statement. That should take you 1 minute. As a PhD candidate, we expect you to talk a lot more about your methods, your study design, your statistical analysis, and if you've done the study, the results, and how you have interpreted them. We don't even want to hear your recommendations. We want to see your mastery, critical thinking, problem solving, and that you are adding value. You wasted a lot of time talking about the problems. We have so many problems in Uganda, you people. Just go to the study, your methods, your design. Show us the different groups, the study populations, and so forth. I think let me stop.
Thank you, Brenda. I have 2 questions. You said there was a need for partner consent. Was that surprising to you? And then 2, I'm wondering why you left out the significant others, mothers-in-law, the mothers of the mothers. Don't you think they have a role in the uptake of contraceptives? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Brenda, for your good presentation. Maybe one quick one. This one, maybe I'll give a general one to all, but in your study, I didn't see something related to cultural practices because it may also contribute more to the uptake of some of these contraceptives. Then one general one to all, I think, as Dr. Simio mentioned, for a PhD, we are now going to competence-based, and PhD is almost similar to competence-based. And one of the things, whenever you are doing something, we need 2 things. You either produce a product or you provide a service in whatever you do. So what you want to see here is when you're presenting, you are going to provide interventions. And that's what your area is, or a product or a service. So I think this should be going to all the PhD students who are presenting or you are planning to do PhD. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. Objectives 1, 2, 3 could actually be answered, could actually be combined as one objective, but also it could be thrown away based on the comments from Dr. Simwe. Just reflect on that. 2 is the APC is a sustainability framework under implementation science, so it is not appropriate for your work. 3 is you are proposing an intervention, which is a point of care, health education. But I think it's very important that interventions have to be contextualized very well. So you need to have sufficient evidence to show to us that this is a potentially good intervention. I would have loved a situation where you worked with the people to actually co-create this intervention, and then you test and see whether it works. And then lastly, this is you are proposing to test this intervention through a before and after lens. Will you do this with a comparison group or without? I think doing it with a comparison group strengthens causal inference, and that's something you need to reflect on over.
Thank you.
One last one. Okay.
Okay, thanks so much. I think I had some few observations that have been already mentioned, but my first one was, what made you pick interest in this? And the second one was, what reputations did you face in this study? And lastly, I think you need to improve your slides, the font. I think maybe I have eyesight, but I could not read most of your text.
So one last one from Professor Gertrude.
Thank you very much, Brenda, for walking us through your work. And thank you for the work that you have done so far, that you already have data. You are in your third year, I suppose. But also to find the boldness to come and present. And I know at MAST probably you'll be the first female PhD obstetrician, so I'm looking forward to that. Thank you. Yeah, great. Yeah, I need to congratulate her on that. It will be a big achievement. So I just wanted to pick your thought on the sampling method that you used. You did mention that you used systematic sampling, yeah. So I want to know why, what exactly did you do, and why did you pick on that and not any other method? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I want to ask you at what level are you? That's my key interest. So I ask all students. So I will give you 2 minutes.
Okay.
Answer what you can, others you can take them as comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all the comments that have come through. Yes, so level, my first manuscript from those results is under review. We are analyzing for the second objective, and then we're going to start data collection for the third. Dr. Gertrude? I think third year. Yeah, so about the type of sampling method, yeah, we have about 17 cesarean sections per day at the referral, and my sample size was about, for objective one, about prevalence was about 212, and then for factors was about 427. So to get a representative sample and collect data over 3 months seemed the ideal method, because I could otherwise have gotten those women in 3 weeks, and I didn't think that was representative. So yeah, that's what was really one of the reasons I used systematic random sampling to get a representative sample. Other questions, maybe? There were questions from Dr. Batwala about need for partner consent. I was not surprised, but I actually thought it would be higher. It was only in 7 women out of the 429. Yeah. And then the significant others, we actually had focus group discussions with the attendants, and this included people who had different relationships with these women. Some were mothers-in-law, some were mothers, some were sisters. Yeah, and so I think in the analysis that will come out, the opinions of the significant others. And then, what else could I answer? Dr. Stephen, I've taken all your comments, and maybe I'll even have a one-on-one to kind of help me refine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Brenda. Can we have Robert? Your PowerPoint slides, are they ready? Emma, are they ready? For Robert?
Yeah, as I said, my name is Odendi Gideon Robert. I'm a third-year PhD candidate in the Department of Psychiatry. My supervisors are Dr. Saba Scholastic and Dr. Mwonge Magoba Charles. They're also my doctoral committee members. The other doctoral committee members are Dr. Rukundo, Zari Godfrey, and Dr. Kamwesi Jire Imelda. Our project is titled Mental Health Challenges and Adverse Childhood Experiences among adolescents at Cambringisa National Rehabilitation Center. Before I go to the main presentation, I want to break down the concepts into manageable forms. First slide. Yeah, by mental health challenges here we refer to depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and substance use. To break it more, depression is a psychological problem characterized by unusual sadness, lack of interest in pleasurable activities, sleep problems, lack of concentration to details, hopelessness. Sometimes it comes with suicide or self-harm. And these symptoms must have lasted for about 2 weeks, not less than 2 weeks. 2, post-traumatic stress disorder, which is also a so-called PTSD, is a psychological problem which is characterized by experience of painful events that could have threatened life or actually caused life to other people. These events keep coming in dreams. They are so terrifying. Sometimes the affected people feel as if the events are happening in the present. They avoid situations that can remind them of what happened. They are hyper alert. Some of them also have suicide. And these symptoms must have lasted for 4 weeks. We have substance use. This includes I'm sorry, I was taken up by. Yeah, so substance use, here we refer to alcohol, tobacco, cannabis, and other substances. We have adverse childhood experiences. These are painful events which happen before the first 18 years of life, which are so painful that they have bearing on mental health, and they significantly affect some people throughout their lives. Here we have child abuse, which is one of the forms of adverse childhood experiences. Child abuse can be in form of psychological, physical, emotional. We have child neglect, which is one of the forms of adverse childhood experiences, which is in form of physical and emotional. We have dysfunctional family, which is also one of the adverse childhood experiences, which is defined as having a family member with a mental problem, having a family member with the substance use and alcohol problem, having a family member in prison, divorce, separation, or domestic violence. All these impact negatively on one's mental health. Adolescents, here we refer to young people between the age of 12 and 17. Why between 12 and 17? Because in Uganda, criminal responsibility begins at 12 years. And majority age begins from 18 years. Kambringisa National Rehabilitation Center is the only Ugandan juvenile justice facility which is responsible for rehabilitating children who conflict with the law. And it is located in Kambringisa in Mpigi district, central Uganda. Next. Next. Yeah, background. There's increasing number of adolescent involvement in crime globally. In the USA, at least 2 million adolescents conflict with the law annually. In South Africa, adolescents aged 14 to 18 contribute to 50% of reported crimes. While in Uganda, 1,388 juveniles were admitted to remand homes, as reported by Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development in 2019. Poor detention conditions reported exacerbate psychological distress. Next. Justice-involved adolescents experience depression, post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD, and substance use. Studies indicate that 1 in 10 detained male adolescents have depression. 1 in 4 and 1 in 5 female adolescents have depression and PTSD respectively. About 57% of Ugandan adolescents in post-conflict area or areas exhibited PTSD symptoms. Adverse childhood experiences predict mental health challenges. Next. Study gaps. Most studies on SS or adverse childhood experiences, mental health challenges in the justice system have been conducted in high-income countries. There is limited empirical data from sub-Saharan Africa, particularly in Uganda. Therefore, there is a need for context-specific evidence on the prevalence and mechanisms linking adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, to adolescent mental health challenges in this population. Next. Problem statement, or statement of the problem. Globally, 13% of adolescents experience mental health challenges. Among adolescents in juvenile justice system, 20 to 60% experience depression, PTSD, or substance use. ACEs intensify vulnerability to mental health challenges. This study aimed at filling this gap by determining the prevalence of mental health challenges, ACEs, and examining the role of social support in their relationships. Next. Next. We have 5 objectives, but the last three objectives are concerning implementation of an intervention, which have been informed by these 2 objectives. To determine the prevalence of mental health challenges and ACEs among adolescents at KNRC, that's Kampringisa National Rehabilitation Center. To examine the role of social support in the relationship between ACEs and mental health challenges among adolescents at KNRC. Next. Yeah, these are the hypotheses we tested. Next. Significance of the study. This study aimed to assess the prevalence of mental health challenges alongside ACEs among adolescents in the juvenile justice system in Uganda. To gain crucial insights into how ACEs contribute to the development of mental health challenges. That to understand these relationships, to design targeted interventions to meet the specific needs of adolescents' justice system. Next. Yeah, theoretical framework. We use 2 theoretical frameworks to explain our variables. One is socio-ecological model, which explains how individual, family, community, and societal factors influence adolescent mental health and exposure to ACEs. 2 is a health belief model, which guides on understanding how perceptions of support and coping beliefs shape mental health challenges. Next. This is our conceptual framework, which illustrates how adverse childhood experiences directly impact on mental health challenges, and adverse childhood experiences impact mental health challenges via perceived social support, where we tested our hypothesis. Adverse childhood experience can also impact mental health through social demographic characteristics or psychological factors. Next. This was cross-sectional quantitative study, which was carried out at Kampringisa National Rehabilitation Center, or KNRC. The participants were aged 12 to 17 years who were present at the facility. The sample size was calculated using KISS-less formula for cross-sectional studies. Next. Yeah, these are the psychometric tools we used. PHQ-9 stands for Patient Health Questionnaire 9, which was used for assessing depression. IESR stands for Impact of Events Scale, revised, for assessing PTSD. ASSIST-Y stands for Alcohol, Smoking, and Substance Involvement Screening Test for young people. It was used for assessing substance use, including alcohol, cannabis, tobacco, and the rest. SAIQ stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences International Questionnaire for assessing ACEs. MSPSS stands for Multidimensional Scale of Perceived Social Support for assessing perceived social support from families, friends, and significant other people. Next. Yeah, data management analysis. Data were collected using Kobo Collect software. Data were analyzed using statistical software version 17. A p-value of less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant for all analysis. Next. A descriptive analysis was performed to characterize the participants, and results were presented in frequencies, percentages for categorical variables, means, medians, standard deviation, and in interquartile ranges for continuous variables. The prevalence of mental health challenges was determined using established clinical cutoffs of these psychometric tools. Next. The distribution for the main continuous variables was assessed using the Shapiro-Wilk test and the visual inspection of quartile plots. The variables were not normally distributed, so we used non-parametric tests to carry out the analysis. Next. Yeah, chi-square tests were used to examine differences in substance use and categorical variables. We used Spearman's rank correlation coefficient to examine the relationship between the main continuous variables. Mediation analysis was used to investigate the indirect effect of the independent variable and dependent variables. Next. Yeah, we recruited 307 adolescents into the study, 97.1% being male. The median age was 16. At least 81.4% of adolescents had not completed primary level education. 91.5% were not currently enrolled in school. Yeah, let's go ahead. Next. 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 Yeah, objective 1, prevalence of SS and mental health challenges. We found 48.2% reported experiencing 6 or more SS. The mean score of perceived social support was 4.74, with the 43% having low perceived social support. Most participants had high perceived social support from family and significant others. Next. So we found 55.4% adolescents screened positive for depression, 30.6% screened positive for post-traumatic stress disorder. Substance use was reported by 53.1%. Alcohol was the most frequently used, followed by tobacco and cannabis. Next. So in overall, we found 67.4% of the adolescents require mental health services, which is in line with other studies. Yeah? Move next. Yeah, to examine the role of social support in the relationship between adverse childhood experiences and mental health challenges among adolescents at KNRC. Next. Yeah, I think we go next. 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 Yeah, we're interested in this because we want to test the hypothesis. So correlations among SS, social support, depression, and PTSD. We use Spearman's correlation coefficient. We found higher SS scores. Next. Let's go, yeah. Higher SS scores correlated with reduced social support. Higher SS scores correlated with the higher PSQ-9 or higher depression scores, as well as higher PTSD scores. We found social support was not in any way responsible for the outcomes of the study. Depression was correlated with the PTSD. Next. Mediating role of perceived social support. The null hypothesis failed to be rejected. The crude and adjusted models with the bootstrapping at 95% confidence intervals for the indirect effect contained 0 for all the 3 outcomes. Next. Social support was not a significant predictor of depression. Oh, thank you. Let's go next. Yeah, go next. Next. Ethical considerations. Ethical approval was obtained from MAST, UNCST, and administrative clearance was obtained from the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. Written consent was obtained from the principal, who is the legal guardian. All adolescents signed the consent form after clearly explaining the purpose, benefits, and risks for undertaking the study. Next. Yeah, discuss on a higher prevalence of SS and mental health problems aligned with global and regional studies. Social support does not play a protective role in mitigating the impact of SS among adolescents involved in justice system. Next. Findings have practical implications for justice-involved adolescents, mental health policy and interventions, routine screening for SS and mental health challenges to identify high-risk cases early for intervention, collaboration among Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, and Ministry of Health to facilitate coordinated service delivery, shared referral pathways, and community reintegration program. Next. Yeah, the strength of the study. The study focused on justice-involved adolescents. That is most often ignored in mental health research and practice. The study is one of the few in sub-Saharan Africa to examine the multifaceted association between SS and mental health challenges in the juvenile justice system. In Uganda, this is the first study. The sample size was large enough. Next.
Thank you. I think I request that we stop here. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Can we have comments, suggestions?
Great, thank you so much. It was a great presentation, very interesting. I just had a couple of questions that maybe to add to whenever you're publishing. One was, it'd be nice to know who the research assistants were, because certainly with adolescents, they may be very sensitive to who's interviewing them. If it's someone who's already within the Justice Department, or if it's someone who's outside, who might be perceived as someone who might release them earlier, they might be telling them answers that they want to hear, those sorts of things. So really describing who those people are and how that might impact your results and bias your results is really important. And then I think the other piece is to add to your regression is to consider the duration of time that they have been at KNRC, because I could also hypothesize that the longer someone is there, maybe the more depressed they are, or the longer they're there, maybe their feelings of social connection outside of KNRC might change. So I think adding that may be an important variable that you may have missed. Thank you.
Any other comment?
Yeah, thanks so much. You make a strong statement that SCEs were strongly related to mental health, but you don't highlight any forms of SCEs you were able to identify among these adolescents, which could help in terms of response after your study.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robert. I was happy particularly to see the conceptual framework and the theories that underpin this work. Of interest and concern to me is a study in South Africa. You say 50% of the adolescents make 50% of criminal offenses? Yes, and that was 2004, and you contrast it with the current Uganda, and I find that to be of concern. Would you look for a more recent study, especially for South Africa?
Thank you very much. What was the response rate when you are doing data collection? What was the response rate? If we were 100%, what might have contributed to the 100% response?
Thank you, Robert. Mine is, you said that the first two objectives are to inform the other objectives. But in your presentation, the last slide, you haven't shown what have you picked on that is going to help you in designing the interventions. Thank you.
Yeah, actually mine is a bunch of comment and question. First, I want to commend Robert. Thank you so much for your eloquence, and you showed us that you really mastered the subject, and some of the methods that you have used. It was really refreshing to see that. So a few comments. One, you refer to the juvenile justice system in Uganda as Kampirinsa National Rehabilitation Center. Is that the same thing or not? And related to that, if you sampled 307 adolescents, how many adolescents are there at Kampirinsa National Rehabilitation Center? Since it's the only center we have in Uganda, you might be justified to say the juvenile justice system in Uganda, but you need to at least refer to the total pool in the pot. I'm happy you gave us a slide on the ethics, ethical approval. It's very important. You must keep emphasizing it because a population of 12 to 17 is a vulnerable population. You heard my colleagues mentioning you how the people who interview them matter. If they all responded, what could be the reason why? Like, there are many sensitivities about them. Then you mentioned in your results that, in summary, that more than 60% of these adolescents need mental health services. I thought these adolescents go to the National Rehabilitation Center for Mental Health Services, or correct me if I'm wrong, if they go there for other services that are not in. So I was like curious, what are those 40%? Yeah, they're in the wrong place. Well, like it's a bit. I thought when they go there, mental health is like the main thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give you only 2 minutes. Answer what you can, what you think you can. Then the others, you can take them as comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is really cargo. Needed more time, but I respect that. So beginning with Dr. Simwe's comment, we sampled 307, and the response rate was 100%, because these juveniles are confined, and all those who were selected, we stratified these people. Those who were selected, they all participated. The population was 460 at the time we. Yeah. But the number usually fluctuates, sometimes below or above, because others take 3 months to be released. The issue of rehabilitation had similar thoughts. But apparently, when we went on the ground, there is nothing even like a simple counseling for these people. These people are simply confined to wait for their time to leave the facility. So, research assistants, I'm just trying to jump there here. Research assistants. These are trained research assistants from MAST who have done many studies, and they were recommended by credible people to undertake this. They were trained about the ethical conducts and about the objectives of the protocol. So that seemed to have been covered. Duration of stay, the more time these people stay, more they get ACEs, because ACEs are at all levels. As I used the socio-ecological model, the ACEs can be at interpersonal, community, even at school. We hear of bullying. That's also a form of ACE. South Africa. We looked for some literature, although there is one which came up this year in Nigeria, but it looked like it was really having some issues with the methodology. So we decided to go for the older ones, but it's a good guidance. You can look for more, since it is at formative stage. We are drafting the proposal, the manuscript. I don't know which one now, but yeah, others have taken them very seriously to improve on them.
Okay, thank you. Quick ones. When you explained the standard tools, I think those tools are standard, so there's no need of emphasizing, telling us them in full. Okay. There you waste out of time. I noted that the tables are too small, their font is too small. And I also noted that there are so many slides which you didn't explain. I don't know, is it because of time? Maybe one reason could be you have too much you want to present. And as I told other presenters, you can't present everything, but pick out what is really very, very important. I'm telling you, on your final day of defense, they only give you, let's say, 45 minutes. And you have to present everything you've done in 3 years. So you pick out what is important, and then leave the others. Those who are interested, they can go to your publications, they can even read the thesis. Then, okay, I think that's what I wanted to say. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
see, one more question. What level are you?
In the third year.
Third year, any publication?
We are still drafting manuscript.
I'm worried. I think you need to put in more efforts. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, can we have Mr. Rogers?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Kreative Rogers. And my title of the project is about the vector species diversity and the Plasmodium falciparum sporozoite infectivity rates in selected flood-prone villages in Kasese. To break this into simple terms, the project aimed at looking at different malaria vectors at species level and also establishing whether these mosquitoes are infected. So about diversity is the different species of mosquitoes which transmit malaria. And then the sporozoite infectivity rates is to look at whether the mosquitoes are really carrying the Plasmodium parasites in them. Let's go to the next. Problem statement. You have skipped it. Go slow. Next. 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 Okay. So the problem that informed the basis of my PhD studies is about the two toxic twins. And these twins are basically the Anopheles mosquitoes and then the Plasmodium parasites, which are associated with many vector-borne diseases. And for this case, we are picking malaria. So why mosquitoes and why Plasmodium? We realized that amidst the contra-interventions which are in existence, mainly the use of mosquito nets and also the treatment of the people who are infected, the malaria cases seem uninterrupted. And therefore the question is, could there be a change in the mosquito species and behavior? And therefore we wanted to look at, are the vectors which were identified earlier still the same? If they're still the same, how comes the nets we're using are not trying to manage the malaria cases in our communities? And therefore, there we looked at doing the species typing for different Anopheles mosquitoes. And also wanted to see, is there a difference? If there's a difference in the species composition, how is their behavior? The current intervention is target the mosquitoes which reside inside and feed from inside. So we are suspecting. Actually, while I was seated there in the morning, there was a mosquito that came to bite me. And I picked it. It is where I left it where I sat first. And that mosquito is Anopheles gambi. It's one of the main primary vector for malaria transmission in our setting. Whereas the intervention, look at them inside the houses and feeding at night. They have changed behavior. They have gotten used to these methods. They have developed a resistance to the insecticides which are within the mosquito nets. And therefore, they are feeding during the day, and therefore the night, they're sleeping in the night, they closing the windows early enough can no longer help. And this is because they have gotten used to the old methods which have been there. They, of course, now getting used to that, to the insecticides, when we go to the Plasmodium parasite themselves, there's also there's chemotherapy resistance. The antimalarials are not performing, they are not working 100% because the parasites have also gotten used to the medicine. So wanted to see also, are there some changes in this Plasmodium? And therefore, in our methods, we realize that we are looking at the genotyping of this particular Plasmodium falciparum. Are there some changes? Are there some mutations in it that it is offering it resistance to the antimalarials? And of course, the challenge of malaria, you and I, we know. Many people are dying. We are losing the future presidents, the future scientists, and also the economic implication. This hands in out of hand of pocket expenses in treatment of malaria. The ecological aspects. Our study area is Kasese. Kasese is known to have one of the high malaria transmission settings, actually stable malaria transmission. It is associated with flooding, and the floods we know that they increase the breeding sites of mosquitoes, and therefore the numbers tend to increase following floods. And therefore the concept is trying to also compare the effect of climate change, the flooding, on the relative abundance of the mosquitoes and also the malaria cases in Kasese. And get back. Therefore, this study aimed at understanding the genetic diversity in the mosquitoes and also in the Plasmodium parasite. Go to the next. So from my PhD project, I have 4 objectives. The findings I'm going to share today is only for one objective, which is looking at the mosquitoes as the vector. Can we go to the next? So the study area I've already mentioned. We did this in Kasese, and we surveyed more than 100, actually there are 147 sub-villages. A sub-village is an area which is covered or which is monitored by one VHT, and it comprises of between 30 to around 55 households. So we picked mosquitoes from one household from each of those sub-villages, and the sub-villages were 147, and therefore we worked on 147 households which acted as sentinel households. The households belonged to 10 sub-counties across the district. The selection of the study sites or the sub-counties was based on whether they were affected by floods. And the selection of the households, rather the sub-counties, was purposive. So those which were affected by floods were considered. We had other things which we considered to select the households, the villages. The villages were selected based on the distance to the flood-prone river, the vegetative cover, and also the malaria burden around, and the presence of the breeding sites for the mosquitoes. The flood-prone rivers were 3, which we concentrated on, and these are the main ones which are known to flood every year. And that was River Nyamwamba, River Mubuku, and River Nyamukasane. So the household selection was also based on them having children aged between 2 to 12 years, and then the type of, rather the distance to the house, to the breeding flooding rivers, and also the security of our equipment, the safety. So we selected houses where our gadgets, which we used in mosquito collections, were safe. Can we go to the next? Next. Next. This I've talked about that. So about the methods, we had field survey, and I picked mosquitoes, and we identified them morphologically. And then we also looked at those which were picked and identified to species level, how many of them were infected. So the infectious rates were detected through the ELISA, which was carried out from US at the University of North State Carolina Entomology Laboratory. Can we go next? So those are just a few of the procedures we did. After trapping these mosquitoes, we sought them. Other arthropods were trapped. So we picked out the Anopheles mosquitoes which were identified. And then those which were identified, go to the next. I did ELISA to establish or to look for the protein which is carried on or by the mosquitoes. So I dissected mosquitoes, I crushed them, and ran ELISA to establish or to find the presence of the antibodies or the proteins which are related to Plasmodium falciparum. Next. Next. Okay, next. Data analysis basically was descriptive. Let's continue. Ethical approval went through different levels of approval. Next. And from the demographics, out of the 147 households, only 48% of them had mosquito nets, and 86 of those had mosquito nets which were very old, more than 2 years, and 69% of the mosquitoes had holes, and also 44.4% of the households didn't have the mechanical protections. So all these were not preventing mosquitoes from entering. They had nets, but the nets were old, or they had holes which would not protect them from entering. So the distribution of the mosquitoes were more in households which had either few nets, or they had more nets, but they were old. So it affected the abundance of these mosquitoes, and also the history of the floods. Those houses which were affected by floods had more mosquitoes than those which had not had effects of flooding in the past 1 year. Next. Okay, 7 mosquito species were picked, and also the percentage of mosquitoes in the households, the prevalence of mosquitoes, whether Anopheles or Chulicine, was 74%, and then 7 species were identified across the study area. In there we had the primary vectors and also had the secondary vectors. Among the primary vectors, there are other new species which were identified. Go to the next slides. Which were identified, and these new species have different behaviors, which as pointed, they feed during the day, they feed outside, and out of those which we tested to know whether they're infected, 3%, or 3 of them rather, were infected. So even if 3 mosquitoes are infected, we don't look at mainly the numbers, but 1 mosquito can spread the infection across almost the whole village. Let's go to the next. Next, please. Can we continue? So these are the Anopheles species which I've been talking about. The key principal vectors were Gambi, Phanestas, Mochiti, and Vorulam. What is known previously, or what the intervention is currently targeted, are the first 2, Gambi and Phanestas. So Mochiti and Vorulam, these are the new species which cannot be handled by the existing interventions. Can we go to the next? Next. So among the factors, families that were getting water from surface sources had more malaria cases than those which didn't, which had water from, say, the pipe and the taps. Then families which were affected by floods also had more mosquitoes, or the mosquito abundance and distribution was affected by the history of floods. Excuse.
Okay, thank you very much.
So the conclusion, just a minute, Doctor. From the findings, the varied species within the Anopheles genus, which we observed, are significantly confound the malaria prevention strategies, which are inexistent, and therefore this reveals a gap in the protection. And therefore, since there is that gap, there is residual transmission, sustained transmission, even if the current net coverage is high, but because of the new species in circulation, they are confounding the control interventions. We also realized that net coverage was low, and of course this also affects the elimination efforts. Hello?
I think
so these are the, that's the last, Doctor.
I request that it's better you get more feedback.
Okay.
Thank you, please.
Thank you.
Comments, please.
Yeah, thank you, Rogers. I think all our candidates here are really presenting very important work. But the overall comment, really, we might need to, and is Professor Batwala here? I think we might need to have some facilities to support our candidates in a presentation. Yeah, because the science is good, but presentation is becoming a problem. When you find a presenter begging the chair, hey, chair, more time, no, time will not be given, Mr. Rogers. It doesn't work like that in the real world. Yeah, the material is good, the stuff is good, but the way you present it, And I think if you saw how the Vice Chancellor presented, every slide you prepared it to be presented. You cannot just jump it. You make us start wondering what you're hiding, you know? You have to present it, and you have to even read everything that you put on the slide. I think you saw the VC was very meticulous. Everything she put on the slides, she presented it, albeit quickly. And it has to fit within your time. Yeah, one thing I have learned is that these mosquitoes, the mosquitoes which spread malaria are sick mosquitoes because they have parasites in them. Yeah, but what didn't come out, you didn't intend to measure whether these people had mosquito nets, but that came out as the first result that you presented. How did mosquito nets get mixed up in your, you can answer later, but we were discussing infectivity of the mosquito. Now I see mosquito nets. Now I got confounded.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Just one comment. They were broad statements that you made in the introduction, background, and problem statement, but without references. Maybe it comes again to the presentation style.
Thank you, Rogers. You went to 147 households, right? And then you had 1,576 mosquitoes captured, which translates to 11 mosquitoes per household on average. But also I know you sampled this at the household level, but you have these households are within villages, and the villages are within parishes, and the parishes are within sub-counties. So there is a nesting which you didn't take care of in your study in terms of sample size, and I expected you to have done that because the sample size will be much bigger than what you presented. And then lastly, this study is focused on association between vector species diversity and sporocyte infectivity, but you presented some data here on factors associated with mosquito infestation, so the two seem not to speak together. Over.
Okay, thank you very much, Rogers, for this very interesting topic. I know the issue of malaria, mosquitoes, and parasites is becoming a real burden to Africa. One thing which I mentioned earlier, what is the intervention? They have studied a lot of these things, mosquitoes, parasites. What is new? What are you bringing? What problem are you solving here? Because that's what we need to see. Are you developing, are you coming up with a service? You want a service, you want an intervention to this. Because one other thing which maybe this is something also related to, we're in the 21st century, but we're still having a burden of malaria. When I'm teaching my students, I usually give them the example of one of the islands in Southeast Asia, where WHO actually decided to kill all the mosquitoes by spraying. And they got rid of malaria, and the island was happy. But other things also came on board. Can we go the same way, or we shouldn't go the same way?
Rogers, where did the new species come from? Was it through mutation of the normal species that we know, or from somewhere else? And then the term sub-villages is relatively new in our setting. Maybe you may wish to give more light on that term.
Thank you. Yeah, I also want to read people online who've been getting comments. Thank you, Rogers, for the presentation. Did the endemicity of malaria in Kasese influence the choice of your study site, or there were other factors? Were some of these parasites normal flora in the mosquitoes, will you investigate the human host for evidence of infection with a mutant vector, brackets, and hence parasite to ascertain the public health implication? I think the other first was for Brenda. Was it Brenda? Yeah, I think it was for Brenda. Brenda, take note of that. Okay. Rogers, I'll give you, let me check my time. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I'll start from the last. Investigating human host to confirm the disease. Yes, we have done this, and we also have, it is one of the objectives whose results have not been presented today, but we did this, and the prevalence of malaria was 25.3%. Did the endemicity influence the choice? Yes. We said in Kasese it is known to have stable malaria transmission, and also the effect of floods onto this vector-borne disease influence the choice of site selection. What's the origin of the new species? These species have been in existence for years, but the difference is there have been very few that their numbers were ignored. But from these study findings, we realized that the numbers are increasing, and therefore they have become a problem at the community level. Spraying, yes, spraying, Professor Leju. From our findings, we realized that we need integrated control measures or interventions if we are to fight malaria, that spraying or treating or modifying the environment, if they are not done together, we cannot achieve that. And if we looked in our recommendations, integrated approaches are suggested. About whether there is an intervention, following these results, we got them between February, July, rather Feb to March. We have done a pilot study responding to this finding that we treated the baby raps, which we call the lesus, as an experiment to see if these lesus, which are used for carrying babies, are treated with the chemical that is used for treating bed nets. Will it offer protection? From the findings, we realized that the households that had children where we are treating the baby raps or the lesus, they provided over 60% protection. And therefore, we have written a big grant where we want to experiment this. Outside the lesu, there are also plans we are thinking of, can we treat the clothes? Can we treat the uniforms? So that these mosquitoes which have increased in number and they bite during the day, if I put on a shirt which is treated, or the uniforms are treated, want it to be protective. About the mosquito nets, the coming in of mosquito nets was through the social demographics. So we realized one of the key things we wanted to look at is the distribution and the abundance of these mosquitoes. Could it be influenced by the number of nets? Could it be influenced by having open water sources around the homes? Could it be influenced by having the eaves which are not meshed or screened? And therefore it came in from the demographic factors which influence the distribution and abundance of mosquitoes in the households. About the problem statement not having references, I think it is not discussed, it is not known, and actually this is one of the first studies in our setting, more so in Uganda, that there is no literature already. So this study provides this information about this genetic diversity in both the mosquito and also in the Plasmodium parasite. And therefore the problem statement didn't have the references, but they were there in the background. Sub-village, yes, a sub-village from the Ministry of Health definition is an area in health system. We have VHTs, the village health teams, and each of them looks at a number of households in a village. So you can have a village with 5 or 20 VHTs, and therefore we looked at sampling one household from each sub-village. The mosquito surveillance or the entomology surveillance is not like the Plasmodium where you need to go house to house. One mosquito like this can move across different households. So we felt like one household among 30 houses will be a good representation.
Thank you, Rogers. A quick one. I think what the other person wanted to find out about your problem statement, no study has been done, even elsewhere.
In our setting?
No, I mean elsewhere. You know, we look at what others have done, then we try to see what can we improve.
Okay, so studies have been done somewhere, for example, where the malaria has been eliminated, but they were not in the context of climate change, where we are looking at the floods influencing the epidemics of malaria following the flood. So in our setting, connecting to climate change, no. I didn't find that.
Okay. Nowadays, I think the Ministry of Health is about to roll out the vaccination of malaria vaccines.
It is already out.
Don't you think your study will be made irrelevant?
I think that's not true. Are they one, you're at risk, I'm at risk, and a day one baby is at risk. The current vaccine is only looking at those below 2 years. And the vaccine doesn't provide 100% protection. And that's why from my findings, we are recommending integrated approaches. Even if the vaccine has come, we are not stopping the nets.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to trickle you so that you can anytime be ready. Someone may raise that question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
For the interest of time, we have one more presenter online. I don't know if she's ready. Ellen? Ellen, are you ready?
Thank you.
Thank you, Rogers. Is she ready? Yeah, we are done here. So we have added us only one. Ellen? Oh, okay. We need to. She's there. She's on there. Ellen, can you hear us? Ellen, please speak to us.
Hello?
Okay, great. So you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. My name is Helen Kinyi. I'm a PhD student at the Department of Biochemistry of Mbarara University, I am currently based at Aga Khan University in Nairobi. I'm sorry I couldn't make it for this presentation. My supervisors are Associate Professor Gertrude Chiwanuka from Barara University, Dr. Charles Kato from Makerere University, and I have members of my doctoral committee who have supported me, Dr. Bernard Natukunda, Dr. Lucy Ochola, and Dr. Dius Tusubira. Dr. Lucy Ochola is from IPR Karen, while Dr. Dius Tusubira and Dr. Bernard Natukunda are from Mbarara University. So my topic is titled Effects of Varying Dietary Macronutrient Ratios on the Immune Function of Swiss Albino Mice. I'll briefly start from what we know. Since I'm between you and lunch, I'll start by talking about what we know about diet and how it affects the immune system. So this will be the outline of my presentation. We do know that the nutritional status of an organism is influenced by what they eat, both the macronutrients and the micronutrients. And how much is eaten and the type of nutrients are consumed influences the nutritional status. However, we do know both undernutrition and overnutrition affects the immune system. For instance, we do know undernutrition is characterized by PEM, influences both adaptive and innate immune system, as you can see by thymic atrophy, the atrophy of the thymus, or reduction in the delayed type hypersensitivity responses and reduced antibody production. However, overnutrition, as we see in diabetes, hypertension, or obesity, is characterized by chronic low-grade inflammation. Besides just knowing about how the nutritional status influences the immune system, we have seen previous studies showing us how specific macronutrients influence the immune system. Many of these studies are based on individual nutrient studies or are based on association studies. For instance, we do know that the polyunsaturated and saturated fatty acids, the omega-3s, have been shown to lower inflammatory cytokines, and so have been used like in the management of arthritis. Studies on dietary protein are controversial because in humans, we are seeing that they tend to lower inflammatory markers like the tumor necrosis factor cytokines. However, in rodents, studies have shown increase in inflammatory markers like interleukin-1 beta and tumor necrosis factor alpha. Studies on carbohydrates also show high dietary carbohydrates are associated with increased tumor necrosis factor alpha and interleukin-6, and we know all of these are pro-inflammatory cytokines. However, as I've mentioned, those studies are based on individual nutrients or association studies. What current studies on nutrition is showing is that what we eat is not an individual nutrient. It's not only carbohydrate or protein only. There is food that has nutrients, and how they are presented to the cell is in an interactive manner, and hence that's how they influence the immune system. Studies in lower models, like the larva of Spodotera exempta, have shown that if this larva is infected with bacteria, it tends to survive more if it is fed on a diet that is high in protein and low in carbohydrate. Similarly, we see in rats that the immune system, the immune response to infections tends to be better in older organisms when we have a diet that is low in protein and high in carbohydrates, while the reverse happens in the younger organisms. Diets that are higher in proteins tend to make the immune system stronger in rats. Going closer, digging deeper into the immune system, again, studies in larvae are showing that apart from just looking at the specific immune response, if we look at specific traits of the immune system, we see even there is a further variation in their responses in regards to the kind of diet. For example, in this larvae, we have in the hemolymph two enzymes, lysozyme and phenooxidase, that have different targets against different organisms. And we see the activity peaks at reverse ratios of proteins to carbohydrate. So this background made us think, how does what we eat, or how does this apply to the mammalian immune system? So this gave us our problem statements where we see that in humans, we tend to, many of the interventions that are being placed on the immune system are either first based on the micronutrients, like we can see vitamin C during the COVID period, or the N3 fatty acids, which is mainly based on single nutrient studies. However, we do know what we eat is not one nutrient at a time. We eat a combination of nutrients. And as we mentioned, many of the studies that have been done have manipulated one diet at a time, one nutrient at a time, and not looking at the combination of all these nutrients. And several of the studies we have seen are looking at just the general immune response or general health. However, we have seen specific traits, like we had seen the enzymes that are in the immune system are influenced differently from, have different nutritional optima that they require. And finally, the studies I have mentioned and others have mainly focused on low organisms who do not have the adaptive immune system, and also have looked at protein and carbohydrates and not at lipids, which we have in humans. And so this is this is what based our problem. This is where we looked at the gap in the literature, and we formed our problem, and we wrote our proposal, focusing on these three aspects, looking at how macronutrient ratios affect the nutritional status of the Swiss albino mice, how it affects the innate immune system, and we looked at the parameters of leukocyte count, neutrophil adhesion, immune organ weight, and cytokine production, how our macronutrient ratios affect the acute inflammatory response when we challenge the mice with a lipopolysaccharide, and finally how our macronutrient ratios influence the adaptive immune system by looking at the delayed type hypersensitivity and antibody titer. So we wrote our objective, which was approved both by FRC. Excuse me, there's an interruption from room 2. Sorry. I hope you can hear me. Thank you. We wrote our proposal, which was approved by FRC, MASTREC, and Uganda National Council of Science and Science of Technology. Quickly, we chose Swiss albino mice because of its similarity with our immune system. We share 90 to 95% similar activity of the immune system, and the variations that are there, like the leukocyte numbers and the neutrophil numbers, are known, and we can account for them. So we also chose to use a purified diet. A purified diet which is made by purified ingredients. In our case, we use, for the source of macronutrients, we use casein for protein, we use pure starch for carbohydrates, and we use sucrose also to provide us carbohydrates, maltodextrin as a source of carbohydrates, and also we used soybean oil as a source of oil. And then we had vitamin mixes and mineral mixes that have been identified before by this diet. We use as our baseline study American Institute of Nutrition, ANN M390M. So how did we do our study? First, we did a local formulation of this diet based on a local formulation which we validated. I will show you the results in a bit. Then we obtained animals from Makerere University, and we bred them at Kampala International University Western Campus. And once we validated our diet and we saw they were safe, we introduced them to the animals by acclimatizing them for 4 days. And once we were sure they were okay, we fed them on the diets for 15 weeks. And 15 weeks was adequate to allow the compensatory mechanisms of diets that occur to be eradicated, and so that we can just see the effects of the diet. And so after 15 weeks, we analyzed the nutritional status, the innate immune system, acute inflammatory response, and the delayed type hypersensitivity, as well as antibody titers. We used a sample size of 10. We calculated our sample size using the Lamotte's power calculator, and it came up with a number of 10 mice per group. However, using the principles of 3 Rs, and looking at the number of experiments we had to do, we reduced the mice size to 6 mice per group. And these six mice were arrived by 3 males and 3 females, so that we can get an overall picture of what happens to the immune system based on the macronutrient diets. So we did our statistical analysis, We did, to assess for normality of our data that we obtained, we used Shapiro-Wilk test. We did group comparisons using ANOVA, and then we did use linear regression models to predict how the macronutrient ratios influence the different immune traits. So our first results was our preliminary study to validate the use of a locally formulated A93M diet, which was published by Biochemistry.
You have 5 minutes.
Hello?
You have 5 minutes.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. So this was published, and it validated us and showed that our we now formulated our experimental diets, and we had 6 experimental diets having different ratios of carbohydrate, proteins, and lipids. And you can see our composition. So we had 2 high carbohydrate diets, 2 high protein diets, and 2 high lipid diets. And in between, we could vary them depending if carbohydrate was high, we could have the immediate one could be protein, or the immediate one could be lipid. So this is what gave us our 6 diets. So for objective 1 was to assess the impact of macronutrient ratios on the nutritional status. Again, these our results have been published recently on the impact of varied dietary macronutrient ratios on nutritional status of cis albino mice. We saw that the diets affected the anthropometric markers in the mice, and we can see that mice fed on the high carbohydrate, low protein diet gained the greatest weight and also had the highest BMI. When we came to the hematology parameters, we saw mice that were fed on low protein diets, like the high carbohydrate, low protein, and the high lipid, low protein, had low RBC counts and low hemoglobin count, which was expected. As we can see, the total protein count was also low in these animals that were fed a diet that had 8% of protein only. However, when you look at our random blood sugar and our fasting blood sugar, we can see high carbohydrate, low protein diet contributed to high random blood sugar. However, in our fasting blood sugar, which is usually a better marker to check for diabetes, we saw that our high lipid, low carbohydrate diet caused a slightly high, above normal levels of fasting blood sugar. For our cholesterol, we saw that diets that were low in lipids, like the high carbohydrate low lipids and high protein low lipids, caused higher cholesterol levels. And we can attribute this because our source of diet was soybean oil, and soybean oil is rich in N6 fatty acids, which has been associated with high cholesterol levels. So our objective 1, we saw that no single macronutrient ratio supported all health traits, and we can see we picked at different macronutrients depending on the type of diet that was consumed. Next, for objective 2, we assessed how the innate immune system was affected, and we looked at different markers. Again, here we saw very interesting things like high protein and high lipid diet predicted the white blood cell count and lymphocyte counts, and also the mixed cell counts, while high carbohydrate diets tend to lower the cell counts. When we looked at the neutrophil adhesion test, we saw here our diets did not predict. However, diets that were high lipid, low protein, and high protein, low carbohydrate had lower neutrophil adhesion tests. Then we checked at the baseline innate immune system, cytokine production. We measured 10 cytokines when there was no challenge. And interestingly, we saw protein was a negative predictor of anti-inflammatory, of the pro-inflammatory cytokines like TNF-alpha and CCL2. We checked the effects on the acute inflammatory system, where we challenged the mice with lipopolysaccharide and bled them 3 hours later. And interestingly, we saw all the cytokines increase, but progressively across the 4 cytokines that we measured. So in conclusion, we can see that macronutrient ratios affect not only the nutritional status, different traits of the nutritional status, they also affect different traits of the immune system differently. For example, as we have seen, high carbohydrate diet and high lipid diets promote pro-inflammatory cytokines, but high protein diets, they lower the cytokines. So our recommendation is that when we want to manipulate different aspects of the immune system, we need to be clear of the kind of diet that we want, because not one particular diet influences different type of the immune system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have comments, suggestions from the panelists? Any comment? Do we have any comment for the presenter? Okay.
Thanks, Helen, for this interesting piece of work. I am not in this space, but my assumption is that this is work that is really rigorous and well conducted. Having said that, just one or two things, largely methodological. And I heard you talk of using ANOVA, and the thinking is that ANOVA, you know, is used to test mean differences between 3 groups or more. And for your study, I didn't see that come out clearly how it was used for that kind of analysis. But also in this experimental study, I think the details around the kind of design that you used didn't come out clearly. And I thought that that's an error you'll highlight. And then in terms of your next steps, I think that's very important, how this work will evolve over time. And then lastly, potential limitations and strengths of your work, I think is also very important for you to state. Over.
Thank you. Any other comment? So, Ellen, at what level are you?
Thank you so much for the comments. Yes, I'm at the final level. I'm writing the thesis. We're just concluding on it.
Do you have
We'll be
any?
able to submit it soon.
Do you have any publications, or I missed them?
Yes, I have 2 publications already out, and a third one that is hopefully in the way. We've already done corrections and submitted back.
I think it will be better when next time to include them in your presentation. Let's see. Do we have any comments online? Yes, from Professor Bernard. Seems that the rats was still earth about instead of, I don't understand this. Professor Bernard, could you please raise your comment since you're online?
Thank you, Simon. The rats being experimented were all healthy, right? But then the implication would be important in states of ill health like cancer or inflammation. I wonder what she can say about that, if her findings would be implicated in the states of disease.
Yes, Ellen, go ahead.
Can I respond, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Natukunda. Yes, the animals were healthy. They survived the 15 weeks based on the diets. And yeah, it's very interesting because I presented some of this work in a symposium for cancer this month, actually. For things like cancer, for diseases like cancer where we have increased inflammation, both contributing to the pathogenesis and also to the progression of the disease, we would be interested in diets that would probably lower the inflammation. And from my findings, we could see the high protein diets, both at baseline where there was no infection, and also when there was infection or a challenge with the lipopolysaccharide, tended to lower the pro-inflammatory cytokines. So further studies would be to assess how high protein diets would be, and also looking at the type of proteins, animal versus plant protein, how would contribute to lowering of inflammation in cancer states. Also, states that would also want lowered inflammation is probably in chronic diseases like arthritis. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Any other comment online? Okay, thank you very much for your time, Ellen. So I think we are done in this room. We can clap for her. Okay, I hope all members in the other rooms, they are here. So before I invite the Director, dear Rajiti, to give closing remarks, we would wish to get questions from the presenters. Anything you feel like maybe we need to change, to improve. Yes? At least give a comment. You can appreciate the organizers in case. Brian, help me. Justice.
Thank you very much, sir. Asaf Blair, and I'm a PhD student. And I'm glad I came for my second time to present things in the symposium here. My concern is related to what the VC talked about in her communication. The space for PhD students at the university. When you come around, or maybe you want to do your work in a conducive university environment, at times you can't get where to be. So you think, should I go to Chumuro? Should I remain the other side? Where can I even see it? Yes, we can have IDs to access libraries or maybe computer labs, but I don't know that thing she brought in her communication, whether it's a short-term or a long-term thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Director, could you want to answer that? Maybe we get like two, then he answers at once. People online, can you hear us? Okay. Okay. Ivan, a moment, please.
Thank you so much. Protocol observed. I'm Sarah Akampura from the Faculty of Business. I'm also a PhD student. I only have one simple observation that I would love to make. I noticed the time allocated to the presenters is too little to receive enough constructive comments, which are really good in preparation for the final presentation, but the time was really little. Probably this could be addressed if we can have the second symposium, the online, so that we have more students given chance by having several presentations than having many students present in one day, and then we have very little time. Thank you so much.
Yes, Justus.
Thank you very much, team, for organizing this. My name is Justus from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. One of the things maybe we would love to see being improved is the number of people who wish to present in the symposium. Sometimes there is always a cap on a 20 or 25, yet this is the only platform that PhDs could share their work. Maybe there could be possibilities of creating more than 3 or panels to allow all those intending, but also possibilities of allowing those who are trying to start and they are failing to get into the space and share their ideas that they want to perfect. That would be a good space for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Justus. Can we address those 3, then we move on? Yes, Director, there was a question about space for PhD students. Could you please?
Thank you very much. I thought I should come in front so that I see people directly. Now, PhD space, this conversation has been going on, and we have brought it under the management meetings. We recognize in faculties there are no spaces for PhD students, especially those who are not staff. When they come to see their supervisors, they immediately have to leave in faculties. But then we realize that in the library here, tomorrow, there is space specifically for PhD students. At some point, the librarian talked of these spaces can actually be even personalized. You have lockers. But then there seems to be few of you going to the library. But also, if you want to read, you can go to the town campus library and sit there and read. As I said, we recognize that in faculties, there is no space for people who are not staff and who are students, but you can go to the library. Now, the issue of presentation time, we received a lot of many students who wanted to come and present here in the symposium, but we set a criteria in order to at least have enough time, the time we've had here. Now the time is not enough. We are going, some faculties have already started the seminar series. We shall be having seminar series both online and even physical at some point. So for you to be able to present, even we can be given for 1 hour so that you present and you get more questions as much as possible. The trick is that you should not present a lot so that you have enough time for questions and people raising concerns. And that's how you can be able to learn. But if you want to present all the time that is allocated even for questions, then you not benefit. You need to present little time, give people ask questions, and that's how you can learn. I don't know that.
Yeah, Professor, I do believe that time management is part of training. Yes. We all know that, for example, those who have defended before, time can never be enough, but you always have to work within the time allocated. Those who are presenting here, we emphasize that please try to pick out what is key, what is very, very, very important, what you think people shouldn't miss. But having said that, we'll try as much as possible to improve on that. Secondly, there are so many students who have not presented. As earlier on in my communication, I said that we are going to have at least 2 PhD symposium every year, whereby we shall accommodate at least everyone. And those who are here present, we got blessings from the Vice Chancellor. So once we call upon you, please you come. The biggest challenge we have, Professor, is that some students, they don't want to turn up. That's the biggest challenge. As I mentioned, that we have so many PhD students, but majority, they don't want to come and present. And yet, this is an opportunity for them to show their progress. But we hope that when we call on you, you will turn up in big numbers, encourage your fellow students to always attend this PhD symposium. As I told you earlier on, like what Professor has said, we also want to visit the faculties to encourage them. I come from the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, and I was the postgraduate research coordinator, but we always have progress presentations every month for our PhD students, our postgraduate students. So I think we can also borrow that. We try to encourage other faculties also to arrange such seminar series, PhD clinics, workshops, and so on. Yeah, we really want to make sure that we have as many presentations as possible so that you can all improve your work. Yeah, about space, I'm so happy to tell you, for those who are doing those who are in computing students, we have our new building, and as a faculty, of which I'm part of the administrator, I'm the head of the department, we are going to create PhD space. I mean space for PhD students. Isn't it, Maureen? The only thing limiting us is furniture, and of which we know university is very much willing to provide the furniture. Besides that, if you are from another faculty and you don't have space, you can also come and we share. For us, we know sharing is good. We know where we came from. There's a small building. We've been sharing. So you can also come and we share, as long as I reserve that comment. But you are free to come. Thank you. So any other question? Yes, Professor?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry I am speaking from behind, but you don't have to turn since I am using a mic. Yeah, so 2 things. I really want to thank DRIGT and all the organizers. I thank these young people, Dr. Brian and Dr. Barbara, for pulling it off. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure on my side to come and sit in and listen, both to the students and also to the feedback, the comments that come through from the audience. It's always very encouraging to see the numbers grow. I was here last year and we weren't as many as we are today. One of the things that I wanted to make mention of was how are we going to, and maybe this should go to the Faculty of Medicine, where I come from, because over the time I have seen we don't really have so many PhD scholars from the Faculty of Medicine come here to present, and yet the Faculty of Medicine has the highest number of PhDs. It has kind of made me start thinking. So I did come here a little late today because I had 2 lectures. But in between those 2 lectures, I logged on and I listened to the Vice Chancellor's presentation and then to 2 students. But there is this particular student who presented as I drove to Chihumuro. And as I was parking, I was astonished at the feedback that this student was being given. I actually decided to post. It's always good to encourage students. And it's always good to provide positive feedback. You know, when someone says that you actually don't know how to present, the student shrinks. But also, I keep asking myself, why is it that my colleagues in the Faculty of Medicine don't come? It's because some of them have come here and they have seen how their students have been treated and they don't want to come back. So when we think about giving feedback, let's always remember that these are human beings and they freeze. They've put in a lot, and we can package our feedback, and the student gets the message without being belittled, without telling them, no, we don't even know what you have been doing. Their supervisors are there. So let's support the supervisors, let's support the students, so that next year, 2026, this room is packed. Because if we don't think about the feedback that we give, you are not going to get the supervisors. You'll be seeing, count the men. How many of us are here from the Faculty of Medicine? No, I am not asking the students. I'm talking about PhD supervisors. I'll put up my hand because I am here. Professor Kabachenga, but we have the highest number of students. So as we try to encourage these students to come, let's guide them, let's support them, let's provide positive feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gertrude. I totally agree with you. We'll try to improve on that. Thank you. So we have some people online. There was Ivan. Ivan, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. And I really want to thank the organizing committee for hosting us, the online. I just have one thing to request from the RGT or the university at large, and that is catering or having like a day, just like they were having the symposium, and we have a day for PhD mental health. I don't know if that can be possible, because just like Professor Gertrude has said, you may not have seen most of them here. Most of them could be going through a lot we don't know, so it could be nice to really have like a day for the mental health of PhD students. That is it all. Thank you so much.
Yes, Professor, could you want to answer that, in case you can? About, is it mental day, a day for PhD, mental health, something
mental
like
health.
Thank you very much. It's called Ivan. Ivan, thank you very much. I think we shall engage the department of Psychiatry. Yes, we shall engage the department and come up with a program for PhD mental health awareness or something like counseling. That one can be done. But I want to echo Professor Chwanuka's submission. The essence of inviting supervisors here with you is that you don't get advice from here and then you go back and fight with the supervisor. Because the supervisor will ask you, who told you to do this? Yet you have got a feedback from here, which is very good to help you move forward. Some of you are stagnating. You agree with me? And therefore you need constructive feedback for you to move forward. So this can be done together with you. You also help us encourage your supervisors to come along with you, so that when we are giving you feedback, the supervisor is also here, he can see what people are submitting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think I saw Dr. checking on his watch, and I'll be brief with my comment. This is not specifically for the PhD Symposium, but it also cuts across with tomorrow's event, the dissemination. I don't know why this is a big university event where all students and all faculty are meant to attend and learn. However, this comes along with a university timetable, students doing exams. And the supervisors are the same teachers for undergraduates, for postgraduates. They are setting exams. The students are preparing for exams. And it takes time to someone say, let me leave this and come. Some people will prioritize exams and concentrate. So I request that going forward, this event should be looked into in a way that it falls on a week. Ideally, I think tomorrow should be a day where there is no other event in the university, such that students, staff, and everyone is allowed and have the time to come and learn from what we are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is that in Namksa? Okay. That submission is not very new, really. We really discussed much about that, but it's the first time that exams are being held on the same day as the conference. So after serious deliberations, we agreed that let the exam happen, and that also happened, we discussed in the top management and even in the Senate. So it's the first time, and I think it will be the last time. Thank you.
Do we have any other question online? Or any other person online? Emma? Okay. I think that's all. So, I can invite him. Okay, before I invite Professor, once again, allow me to thank top management. Without top management, this wouldn't be possible. You've all shared a meal, breakfast, and a lunch we are going to have. So we thank top management. Allow me to thank all presenters. Thank you very much for turning up in big numbers. Maybe you can clap for yourselves. I can't forget to thank the supervisors. They are really doing a great job. I myself am a supervisor. I know what I go through to supervise a PhD student. So my colleagues, thank you very much. I can't forget to thank the organizing committee. The chairperson is here. As I told you in the morning, I'm new in office. I found them working, and I had to work with them, but they have really done great work. Thank you very much, Dr. Brian. Thank you very much, Dr. Barbara. I can't forget to thank Ismail, can't forget to thank Miria. She has made sure that everything is okay, inclusive of our lunch. Thank you, Miria. May God bless you all. I can't forget to thank my fellow panelists, Professor Jerome. You've always been here ever since the symposium started. We can't take that for granted. Thank you. Our external panelists, maybe you can wave to the people for recognition or stand. Thank you. We really depend on you. Whenever we call on you, please, we come and be with us. Yeah, so I really also want to thank everyone who has attended. Thank you very much. I want to emphasize, as we said, we shall have at least 2 PhD symposium. And we hope that when we call on you, you'll turn up. And please encourage your fellow students to come and attend. This is one way how you can show progress. We are very much aware that you have DCs, doctoral committees, but I know some students, they just silently keep quiet as when they have challenges. But once you come here and you present to us and we really evaluate, that's why I've kept on asking, which level are you? Because when you are in 3rd year, when you claim to be in 3rd year and you don't have any publication, then there must be a problem with the DC. So we shall, as much as possible, arrange this to check your progress and also get very, very good feedback. Once again, succeed we must. I wish you journey masses, those of you who are traveling back, and thanks very much for attending. At this moment, allow me to invite Professor Batwara to give his final remarks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kauma. We are from the same unit. So I'm just going to add on what he has said. Also, first of all, I want to thank you for choosing MUST. I believe we are one of the best institutions in the country, and I believe you are getting what is necessary for you and what you applied for. As the Vice Chancellor said, the university is doing everything possible to support you to complete your program in a time, and for those who have delayed, we are doing everything possible to unlock you from where you are locked up. The university has policies. I want to encourage you to read the university policies so that you are not caught up. Not knowing the law does not do what? Exactly. So the policies are there at the university website. I would encourage you to download them. The postgraduate handbook is there. The university fees policy is there. Download them and read them so that by the time you are coming to the end of your program, you are clean and not to remind you that you missed this or you missed that. We have seen that there is an increasing number of students who want to do dual or joint degrees, and also the university, we developed the policy to govern that. And the number of students, as they increase, they will be able to access that policy. We have the policy on online proposal on the thesis defense. For some reason, if you are not able to be here at the time when you want to defend, there is that provision for us. And there are articles in there that you will quote for you to be granted permission to defend online. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you students that you need to regularize your registration status. We know some of you would be eligible to request for extension, but you have not, and you are there quiet. If you don't register, it means that you are not a student. Submit progress reports as required. We check your files, and we don't see progress reports submitted ever after 6 months. As you remember, we are conducting cross-cutting courses, which is as guided by the Uganda National Council for Science for Higher Education and Quality Assurance Framework. Since the 2020-2021 academic year, we have been conducting these courses, and I encourage you to attend these courses, because every session we are downloading, and we know who has logged in and we know who has not logged in. And when you log in, use your real names. Yes, don't share the gadget, because if the gadget is showing Vincent and you are the one, so we shall not be able to know that you are the one who has been attending the lectures. As if you know what happened the last graduation. Do you know what happened last graduation? No? Registration 2020-2021. Those who had not attended the cross-cutting courses, at least a certain percentage, we are going to be left out. For now, you are informed anytime, you have to attend. We are trying to remove the article which requires you to do exam of these cross-cutting courses, and then we may depend on attendance, record of attendance. So if you also fail to attend, then you have to, we shall refer you to the next year to come back after attending the courses that we are offering. Once again, I also want to thank my colleague, Dr. Kauma, for joining us. You have boosted us. Now we have many people coming to our unit. We've been seen on the ground, and many of you have been coming there to visit us. You understand how we have been operating. I want to thank Dr. Turije Bran. Thank you. And Dr. Barbara, thank you very much. And everybody who has worked to see that this symposium is a success. With all those submissions, I declare this symposium closed. Thank you.
Thank you. I am not speaking after Professor, just announcements. The symposium is closed. This is any other business. The lunch is ready. So we are going to use the rooms we used for breakfast. So feel free to leave at leisure after the lunch. We thank you so much.